just to do a sound test.
Let's put the smallest chair.
Thank you.
Yesterday, I was like, I went at the table like that. Is it okay? Yeah, I think it's how they discuss it. But you have to.
On the record in the matter of Commonwealth versus Guy Marcus Allen, we're doing a sound test. Mr. Van Treese, will you say something from your table?
Test, test, test.
Ms. Gagnani, will you say something?
Good morning, Your Honor.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. Do we have everyone? Great.
All yours are press counted for.
Thank you, Josh. You all may be seated. Good morning. Welcome back. Does anyone have anything to report to the court with respect to the admonition? Anything about COVID status or COVID exposure that you think the court needs to know about? Very good. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as you'll recall, when we concluded last week, I explained to you that the Commonwealth had one witness that was unavailable last week, and oh, we need headphones for our juror. That better? All right. The Commonwealth has one witness that was unavailable to testify last week. He is going to join us this morning. So we're going actually a little back. We're stepping back into the Commonwealth's case, and then we'll return to the defendant's case this morning. So on behalf of the Commonwealth, Ms. Gray.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth calls Sergeant Jason Vance.
And Sergeant, before you have a seat, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth? Thank you.
Sergeant, if you would, please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Sergeant Jason Vance. I work for the Louisville Metro Police Department. Currently assigned to the Public Integrity Unit. Public Integrity Unit is assigned to do all criminal investigations of all Metro government employees, which includes police, corrections, fire. Been there since 2017.
And what unit were you in prior to public integrity?
I was assigned to the Louisville Metro Homicide Unit from end of 2011, 2012 until September of 2016 when I was promoted to sergeant. I was sent back to patrol, which is a normal progression of promotion, and was there in the 4th Division, LMPD's 4th Division, until March of that following year. I was moved into the Public Integrity Unit.
Okay, and give the jury a little bit of information about your experience prior to becoming a detective, or prior to joining the homicide unit.
I spent 3 years in patrol in the Louisville's West End, which is the 2nd Division, 3419 Bone Avenue. And then 3 years after my patrol time, I did 3 years of property crimes in that division. And at the time, which is the case now, division level detectives also did shooting investigations where the victim was not going to succumb to their injuries. So I did that as well.
And as part of your training in being both a division detective handling property crimes and as a homicide detective, did you receive any training as well as gain experience in, I guess, assessing crime scenes or working with the crime scene unit technicians to evaluate crime scenes, things like that?
Yes, as a division detective, most scenes you actually process yourself, just because of the demand on crime scene unit. It was 4 major crimes, so I took multiple LMPD training academy courses related to crime scene investigations and just investigations in general. And then in February of 2012, I completed a Southern Police Institute homicide investigations course, which encompassed bloodstain patterns, numerous major crimes, investigative techniques, specifically designed for homicide investigators, and also completed the state portion of that. There's another homicide course that the state actually does. I did that as well at the Shelby campus, separate of the one I did in Southern Police Institute.
Okay. Now, as it relates to this investigation, when did you technically get assigned to handle the investigation?
I wasn't the initial investigator. Homicide, the way this worked at the time, homicide would advise at the hospital, on any situation. Could be a gunshot victim, could be a stabbing victim. In this case, it was a blunt force trauma victim, sexual assault victim. I did not advise on it. Another, actually, commanding officer in my unit advised on it. And then I later was assigned as a lead investigator on November 22nd. Or 21st, I mean. My sergeant at the time, Sergeant Aaron Crow, advised that I would be the lead homicide investigator, but that the investigation would be a joint investigation between homicide and major crimes, sex crimes in the major crimes unit. And the Detective Tony Gibson was the lead in that capacity.
So is that a typical procedure once it becomes apparent that the victim's not going to survive? Homicide assumes main responsibility for the investigation.
Yes.
But you stated that you continued to work with Detective Gibson throughout the investigation.
Yeah, it would make no sense from a logistical perspective to remove him because he had done all the investigation up until that point.
Okay. Was one of the, I guess when you were first assigned, did you sit down with Detective Gibson and get up to speed on what he had done in the investigation?
Yes.
Okay. And at that point, did you review surveillance video and try to develop a timeline of, I guess, the victim's activities that night?
Yeah. So we looked for, I looked for known constants that I could rely upon as far as the timeline is concerned or was concerned. And in this case, the surveillance video from Norfolk Liquors was something I relied upon.
Okay. And we've seen some of the video, and I'll approach in just a moment as soon as Mr. Lewis gets a chance to look at those. Did you also essentially create stills from the video for purposes of your file and for a working copy of the timeline? Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm going to hand you what's been marked Commonwealth's Exhibits 172 through 194. Have you reviewed those before taking the stand today?
Yes.
All right. And are those stills what you created from the surveillance video at Norfolk Liquors?
Yes.
And does the timestamp based on your investigation and your conversations with other investigators as well as liquor store employees, closely match up, not necessarily like to the second accurate, but closely match up with the correct time that things were
Yes.
occurring.
If I remember, my memory serves me correct. Typically, again, because I wasn't involved in the initial investigation of this, that when our video forensic guy, is Dane Lawrence, pulled the video, he actually would notate the difference from the system time to actual time. So if there was 30 seconds or 10 seconds, any difference, it would have been notated on his report. I don't have that in front of me, but I do remember that the time was really close in the actual correct time.
Okay. Would it be fair to say it was within seconds of the accurate time?
Yes.
At this time, the Commonwealth would move to admit and publish exhibits 172 through 194.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
All right, Detective, I'm just going to ask you to walk through so we can clarify the timeline.
Turn.
Sure. So were you able to, in reviewing the case with Detective Gibson, were you able to start identifying the people that were in contact with the victim that night?
Yes.
Right. And this first slide that we're looking at, what time is that?
It's 18:31 seconds.
I'm not sure what shut it off, but projectors are restarting. Okay. All right. So who were you able to, identify the victim?
Yes.
And can you point out to the jury, Ms. Devine?
Ms. Devine is the white female, blonde hair.
Is she the one carrying the red purse?
Yes.
And who's the individual with her in the hooded sweatshirt?
Eugene Mitchell.
And is that basically the first time that you were able to observe, or that any of the detectives were you able to find video to create a timeline for her activities that night?
Yes.
All right. And what do we see in the still here from the liquor store video?
It's Ms. Devine. Behind her is Mr. Mitchell.
And that's essentially just a few seconds after we see them outside the store.
Yes.
173.
Yes. All right, and
I'm getting a signal from a juror in the back that he's having a hard time hearing. So Sergeant Vance, if you would just speak up a little more loudly than you ordinarily do.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry.
And just to clarify, as part of your investigation, did you go into the liquor store on multiple occasions?
Yes.
So are you familiar with the setup of the liquor store as well as the angles of the cameras?
Yes.
All right. So the still from 2019, which is 8:19 p.m., what do we see here?
It's Mr. Mitchell back at the beer cooler and grabbing what appears to be a beer from the cooler.
Okay. Now,
So I'm sorry to interrupt, but Sergeant, I think, and I know part of it is the setup here, but I think part of the issue is that you're turning around, and I know that you're looking at the photo. So if you could look at the photo and then turn around and talk into the microphone and speak to the jury when you're giving your answer.
Yes, Mr. Mitchell appearing to pull a beer, alcoholic beverage from the cooler at the store.
Is this liquor store or the type, like, you don't have to buy a 6-pack or a 12-pack of beer. Can you buy individual cans and individual
Yes.
types of alcohol and individual servings here?
Yes.
All right. And what do we see at 8:19 and 39 seconds?
Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Devine are appearing to pay for what they're purchasing at the store.
And at 18 and 46 seconds, what do we see?
They're exiting the store.
Right, and at 8:19 and 57 seconds, what do we see? You might have to use the pointer to distinguish who's who on this slide.
Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Devine are walking away, walking back towards where they both lived at the time.
Okay, so when you come out of the liquor store and turn to the right, is that the direction of Sheila Devine's apartment and the apartment where Eugene Mitchell had been living or staying?
Yes.
And then the slide from 23:04.
It's 11:04 at night, 45 seconds. It's Mr. Mitchell returning back to the liquor store.
And in viewing the video, do you see Sheila Devine back in the liquor store at any time that night?
I know.
Right, and at 11:04 and 52 seconds.
It's Mr. Mitchell again, returning to inside this liquor store.
Right, and at 11:14 and 44 seconds, were you able to identify the individual in this slide?
This is Calvin Birdsong.
And so he shows up approximately 11:14 at the liquor store.
Yes.
And at 11:17 and 43 seconds.
Mr. Mitchell, Mr. Birdsong at the counter paying for what appears to be an additional alcoholic beverage.
At 11:17 and 49 seconds.
That's Mr. Birdsong, and it's kind of hard to tell us. It looks like Mr. Mitchell's exiting the store.
And at some point, you interviewed Mr. Birdsong about what he knew about that night. Was that because you observed him on the video
Yes.
with the defendant, with Eugene Mitchell?
Yes.
Right, so at 11:28 and 15 seconds, who did you observe on the video?
Mr. Allen and Miss Tamaya Jeffries.
Okay. Now, we saw when Detective Gibson testified, the recorded interviews that you did of the defendant. When you asked him to identify who he was with, is this one of the photos that you showed him from the surveillance?
Yes.
All right, and 11:28 and 19 seconds. Who do we see in the surveillance video?
Mr. Allen and Mr. Mitchell. Inside the store.
And where is Miss Jeffrey at that point?
She's outside the view of the camera within the store, I believe.
Is that the sleeve of her jacket on the
Yes.
right
On the
side
right
of the
side,
slide?
yes.
And at 11:29 and 50 seconds, what do we see?
Miss Jeffrey, Mr. Allen paying for products, and Miss Jeffrey speaking to Mr. Mitchell.
At 11:29 and 53 seconds, what do we see?
Miss Jeffrey had exited the store with Mr. Mitchell and Mr. Allen's Tahoe parked out in front of the store.
Okay, so that blue vehicle in front there is the one you identified as the one belonging to Mr. Allen or the one that he drove?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, at 11:30 and 24 seconds, what do we see?
Mr. Allen exiting the store.
At 11:30 and 54 seconds, what do we see?
Mr. Mitchell looking at Mr. Allen's vehicle outside the store.
And at 11:44 and 15 seconds, what do we see?
Mr. Allen coming back to the front of the store.
And let me ask, we see him first leaving at 11:30 and then coming back at 11:44. When you interviewed Miss Jeffrey, where does she live in that area? Does she live near the liquor store?
Yes, just down the street off Bush.
Okay, so when she reported that the defendant drove her home and dropped her off, is that timeline consistent with how long it would have taken to drop him off and return to the liquor store? Can that be done in a matter of minutes?
Oh, yes. Yeah.
All right, and at 11:45 and 43 seconds, what do we see?
Mr. Allen returning to his vehicle.
At 11:50 and 53 seconds, what do we see?
Mr. Mitchell again inside the store.
Okay, so Mitchell remained at the store that entire time from when we see him come back to the store to now.
Yes.
All right, and at 11 seconds past midnight, what do we see?
Mr. Mitchell inside the store again.
And at 3 minutes and 57 seconds past midnight, what do we see?
Mr. Mitchell outside the store, the door open, speaking to another one of the patrons of the store.
And were you able to identify that patron?
Yes.
And who was that?
Tina Bradshaw.
And is she one of the individuals that gave Mitchell a ride away from there that night?
Yes.
And did you confirm with them what vehicle they were driving?
Yes.
So at 15 minutes and 41 seconds after midnight, what do we see?
It's Mr. Mitchell hanging on the rear tailgate of that truck that Tina was passenger in.
And again, the direction that they're driving, is that in the direction of Sheila Devine's apartment and the apartment where Mitchell stayed or got into when he could?
Yes.
All right, at some point when you were observing the video, did it appear to you that there was someone else in the back of Guy Allen's truck?
Yes. I spoke to Ms. Jeffries about it during our interview together.
Were you ever able to, and you also asked the defendant about it, right?
Yes.
And he couldn't provide you with any information about who was with him?
No.
Was Ms. Jeffrey able to recall, or was she able to suggest who it might have been?
Judge could be approachable.
Yes. Right. So from what you learned, did you determine that it was a possibility that Terrence Spalding was the person that was in the back seat of the defendant's truck that night?
Yes.
And is that the reason that, who was the person?
I don't know.
Who did you at least identify as a possibility?
Terrence Spalding.
So is that the reason that at some point you collected his DNA?
Yes.
And is that how he got brought into this investigation?
Yes.
All right. Once you became involved in the investigation and after reviewing these things with Detective Gibson, did you at some point go back to the scene to view the apartment yourself?
I did.
And what date was that?
On the 22nd of November.
Okay. And Detective Gibson testified a little bit and we introduced some photos. Were there some additional pieces of evidence that you, Detective Gibson, and a crime scene unit technician collected that day?
Yes.
And were those the items like the towel that was in the sink and the Heaven Hill bottle, some items in the trash bag, things like that?
Yes, amongst other things.
All right. What day of the week was November 23rd? Do you recall?
I do not. '23rd may have been a Saturday.
Right, Detective, I'm going to put up a calendar of November of 2013 so that we can go back through and just talk about the days of the week to orient the jury. So let's go back to November 11th, leading into the morning of November 12th. What day of the week was November 11th?
Monday.
And what day was November 12th?
Tuesday.
All right, so November 20, the date that you returned to the scene, what day of the week was that?
It was a Friday.
Right, at some point while you and Detective Gibson were there at the complex, were you able to make contact with resident Mike Smith?
Yes.
Right. Was he able to provide any information about what he might have observed on the morning of November 12th?
As it pertained to Ms. Devine's apartment?
Yes.
No.
Right. When he was speaking, what was he referring to as far as information about people outside the apartments?
He's talking about Catherine Smith's apartment.
And which apartment was Catherine Smith's apartment?
13, I believe.
Okay. And was that the apartment where Eugene Mitchell was found the next day?
Yes.
Right. We heard some discussion of a tan van. were you able to link a tan van to anyone involved in the investigation?
No,
Right. Did you check other suspects for ownership or association with a tan or brown van?
I did not. Detective Gibson did.
All right. What about Sherman McCool? How did his name come up in the investigation?
Mr. Mitchell referenced him to Kim Ball during a phone conversation.
I'm sorry, Sergeant, I'm having a hard time hearing you. I don't know if the chairs are or not.
I apologize.
That's okay.
Mr. Mitchell referenced Mr. McCoomer to Kim Ball during a phone conversation that Mr. Mitchell and Ms. Ball had
Okay.
outside my presence.
Okay. Were you able to link him in any way to having any contact with Sheila Devine?
No,
Did his description fit anyone that was described to you as being in the area that morning that this happened?
no, Mr. McCoomer was a rather small person. Is what I gathered, not have a vehicle, rode a bicycle in the area, and would have been identified through the investigation.
And we heard a description of possibly a light-skinned male being outside the apartments that morning. Is Sherman McCoomer a light-skinned male?
No.
Right. Now, on that date, did you also speak with Julian Williams?
Yes,
And did he report to you that Eugene Mitchell had injuries?
he did.
Based on your review of the investigation and your part of the investigation, once you assumed your role in the investigation, did you communicate with other detectives besides Detective Gibson to kind of brief them on what they had done as well?
Yes,
Was there any other detective that noted, other than the injury on Eugene Mitchell's hand, noted any other injuries to Eugene Mitchell on November 12th?
no,
Okay. Right. What about following up on the TVs that were located a couple blocks away in that person's yard? Were you able to determine where where those came from?
so by reviewing the photos taken at the scene the morning of the sex crimes investigation, you could tell that those TVs, for whatever reason, why they're in the, putting out in public, that's a very transient area anyway. But they did not match the pattern of a dust pattern that was on the TV stand inside Sheila's living room. But having spent a lot of time in the area, it was not abnormal for person's belongings to be in the just thrown out, if you will, and to be in the public domain. Like I said, it was a very transient area at the time.
So a lot of those apartments there, was it normal to have furniture and other household items and stuff like that just placed out by dumpsters?
Yes,
And is that the kind of stuff that people sometimes pick up, carry with them?
yes,
And did you and Detective Gibson evaluate or review theft and burglary reports to see if you could trace those TVs to a particular owner?
yes, and their serial numbers were entered into our reporting database, and to this date, never corresponded to any criminal investigation.
And those TVs were obviously collected, right?
Yes,
And do they remain in property as evidence?
yes,
Now, did you also at some point obtain a search warrant for Eugene Mitchell's apartment?
I did.
All right, and what dates did you execute the search warrant?
The 23rd, that Saturday.
Okay. Is that the first time, well, was the defendant Eugene Mitchell there when you went there?
He was.
Is that the first time that you had ever met him?
Yes,
During the search of Eugene's apartment, did you collect his black coat?
I did.
And was that the black coat that was missing the button that matched the one in Sheila Devine's apartment?
Yes,
And was that the black coat that was submitted to the lab for testing?
yes,
Right. Did you also collect some underwear from his apartment?
yes. There was some female underwear inside his bedroom.
Detective Sergeant, sorry. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Commonwealth Exhibits 195 through 199. Do those photos accurately represent where the item was and what you collected from Eugene Mitchell's apartment?
Yes.
And during your investigation, was that pair of underwear submitted to the Kentucky State Police Lab for testing?
Yes. Actually, I honestly I don't remember.
Okay. At some point, did you assist Defense Counsel in packaging and shipping it to a private lab for them to have testing conducted?
Yes, and that's, as soon as I said that, yes, I did.
Okay. Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to admit and publish Exhibits 195 through 199.
Any objection?
No, ma'am.
So admitted.
All right, now let me ask you a little bit about Eugene's apartment. Was the electricity on?
No,
Was there any heat, light, anything?
no, it was in the process, or he was in the process of being kicked out. It was just stuff everywhere. I mean, furniture stacked on top of each other. It was hard to navigate actually through the apartment.
All right, so where exactly were the underwear found?
It's next to his bed and his bedroom.
Right, so was that item packaged by crime scene unit technicians as it normally is?
Yes.
And do those photos accurately depict the condition of the underwear when you found them?
Yes.
Right, and Detective, I'm going to hand you what's been marked Commonwealth's Exhibit 200. Actually, we've seen the photo, so I'm not going to ask you to open it. I would just ask you to go ahead and look at the label and confirm that that's the item that we're talking about.
Yes, that's the item.
Okay, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would move to admit Exhibit 200.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Right. That
What-
morning, did you
I'm
also
sorry,
go
what
to
i- I'm sorry, what is that object? What is that item?
underwear recovered
That's,
from?
okay,
Yes.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Did you also that morning go to a nearby apartment complex to try to retrieve any additional surveillance video?
Yes, there was an apartment building adjacent to Miss Devine's building that identified as potentially could have had a video surveillance footage or video surveillance system. And it did not have a working system. It had a system, but it wasn't working.
Okay. Did the apartment building where Ms. Devine lived have a surveillance system?
No,
Did you and other detectives search other buildings and businesses to try to obtain any other available surveillance?
yes, that would have been part of the my initial scene investigation is the canvas of for video.
And was there anything available other than the Norfolk Liquors video?
No,
Right. At some point, did you start requesting cell phone records?
I did.
All right. How does that process work? Can you just call the cell phone providers or call some database and obtain information about cell phone records?
No,
What did you have to do in this particular case to obtain cell phone records?
there's two avenues that I have. I can subpoena the phone records to the Jefferson County Grand Jury, or I can write a legal authority search warrant and obtain the records from the provider directly.
Okay. Do you get access to those immediately, or what's the turnaround time on those typically?
I mean, nowadays it's a lot quicker, but at the time it did normally take, a couple of weeks, sometimes longer.
So did you start by requesting Sheila Devine's cell phone records?
Yes.
And what would be the reason for that?
I mean, initially, Ms. Devine's life in general is part of the investigation because it's commonly referred to as victimology, because you want to kind of determine what she does on a daily basis, who she talks to, who she interacts with, to maybe increase or develop investigative leads.
And based on what you had observed on the liquor store video, did you also seek Eugene Mitchell's cell phone records?
I did.
Did you also, based on what you had seen on the liquor store video, obtain cell phone records for Calvin Birdsong?
Yes.
And what was the reason for that?
I mean, at that point, I mean, Mr. Birdsong was not ruled out as being someone who potentially was a part of the investigation.
And you knew at that point that you were requesting cell phone records, that Eugene Mitchell had been in Sheila's apartment the night before she died, correct?
Correct.
So you would you want to also know things about the people that he was in contact with that night?
Yes.
Now, at this point, did you know who Guy Allen was on the video?
No.
Did you observe him have any contact on the video with Sheila Devine?
No.
So was he identified as a suspect at this point in your investigation?
No.
On November 26th, did you follow up and interview Calvin Birdsong?
I did.
And did he admit that Eugene Mitchell had contacted him that night for drugs?
He did.
Did he admit that he left drugs for Eugene in the wheel well of his truck?
Yeah, his mother lived on Landing, I believe, Landing Drive, which was literally adjacent to where Mr. Mitchell and Miss Devine were staying at the time.
Okay, so where his truck was parked that night was it within walking distance of Sheila Devine's apartment?
Oh, absolutely. It was very, very short distance.
So would it take a matter of minutes to walk from Sheila Devine's apartment to where CJ's truck was parked?
Yes.
Now, did Calvin Birdsong ever get charged for providing Eugene Mitchell drugs?
No.
During this stage of the investigation, who was maintaining contact with Mitchell?
Detective Gibson was, because he was the initial person that contacted Mr. Mitchell and had built a rapport with him, if you will.
Okay. And when did you start receiving cell phone records that you had requested?
I couldn't give you a date.
Okay. Was it
without seeing the records?
Was it later in November?
Oh, yes.
Okay. So again, when you received Sheila's records, did you start reviewing them to determine the people that she had been in communication with on the night that she was attacked?
Yes.
These are just pages from the actual records. Right, Detective, I'm going to approach and hand you what's been marked Commonwealth's Exhibit 201. Do you recognize what that is?
Yes. Their cell phone records.
And are those pages from the records that you obtained from Sheila Devine's cell phone records?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and obviously the complete record has been introduced previously through the representative from the phone company, but I'd like to ask you to walk through a little bit about how you reviewed her phone records and what information was helpful to you at that point.
So phone records have become, I almost need a degree to understand them now. Telecommunication companies have come up with ways to switch phone calls in a matter of seconds. It could be in different time zones. So, you know, you look at phone records, one of the first things you want to confirm is that, you know, if it says it's 1 o'clock in the afternoon, is it 1 o'clock in the afternoon Central Time, or is it 1 o'clock in the afternoon Eastern Standard Time, which is what time zone we all reside in. So what I went to is I knew that there was a phone call from Miss Jackson to Miss Devine prior to the 911 call. So I went to that call to use that as a constant and to build from in the records.
Okay. I'm going to put up, I'm sorry, Your Honor, at this time I would move to admit and publish Commonwealth's Exhibit 201.
Any objection?
No objection.
No admitted.
I'm going to put up on the screen, and I know it's hard to see for the jury, but at least you can kind of walk through with them. So starting with, you talked about Ms. Jackson. Were you aware that her daughter or 12, that she tried to call her when her mom wasn't waiting downstairs for her?
Yes.
And do you know the approximate time that her daughter arrived based on the time of the 911 call?
I believe it was 9:38. Phone call at 9:38, which would reflect 8:38 on the records because the records are in Central Standard Time. So they're an hour behind. Sorry.
All right, so the phone call that we see on November 12th of 2013 at 8:38 and 13 seconds a.m. Were you able to determine through your investigation that that phone call came from Brooke Jackson's cell phone?
Yes,
And that's Ms. Devine's daughter.
it is.
And was the 911 call reporting that she had found her mother at approximately 9:43?
Yes,
So based on your analysis of the phone call, your conversations with Ms. Jackson, were you able to determine that these cell phone records were an hour off, using Central Time Zone essentially?
yes.
All right, so let's go back and look at the other numbers that she was in communication with. Now, the 4891096 number, who were you able to identify linked to that number?
It's Mr. Allen's phone number.
Right, so the last outgoing phone call that we see at what shows up on the records is 1:06 and 31 seconds a.m. What time would that actually have been made?
2:06:31, an hour, just an hour forward, Eastern Standard Time.
Okay, and how do we know the difference between what are actual phone calls versus text messages?
They specify in the column. So voice would be obviously a voice call. SMS would be a text message.
And we also heard that text messages may be in yet a different time zone, correct?
Yes.
All right, but we were able to confirm that actual voice calls were 1 hour off on her records.
Yes.
And were you also able to compare these records to the defendant's records at some point?
I did.
Did you review to see approximately how many times within a 2 or 3 day period that the defendant and Sheila Devine communicated with each other?
Yes.
Were there numerous phone calls?
Almost 30. Well, there was 34 communications.
And how long of a time period?
Days.
Okay. Starting about November 10th?
Yes.
Once you saw that phone number on Sheila Devine's records, were you able to link that phone number to the defendant, Guy Allen?
I was.
And did you then seek Guy Allen's phone records?
I did.
And the phone records that you obtained for the defendant, were they separated as to voice calls and text messages?
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibits 202 and 203. Do you recognize what those documents are?
I do.
And are those part of the phone record that you obtained related to Guy Allen?
They are.
And again, we've had the entire record introduced by the representative from the cell phone company, but at this time I would move to admit and publish 202 and 203.
No objection.
So admitted.
All right, so let's talk a little bit about these records. Right, and again, these are, does every cell phone service provider give them to you in their own format?
Yes.
So to be clear, these aren't records that you generated. These are records that were provided by the cell phone service provider.
AT&T, yes.
All right, now we heard testimony from AT&T that the person who was registered to that phone number was Tracy Harris. Who is that person?
That's Mr. Allen's mother.
And when you interviewed the defendant, were you able to confirm with him that this is the number that he was using?
Yes,
When you contacted the defendant, is that the number that you reached him with?
it is.
And multiple times when you called him, was that the number that you were able to get through to him on?
Yes,
Is that also the number that showed that he was texting Tamaya Jeffrey?
yes,
Were people like Tamaya and people that he knew, like Terrence Spalding, saved in the contacts of that phone?
yes,
So were you able to determine that he regularly was the one using that phone, even though his mother, the bill went to his mother?
yes.
So let's talk a little bit about what you observed about his communications with Sheila Devine. Did you also find, again, voice calls from his records to Sheila?
Yes, corresponding to Sheila's records.
Okay. So were there numerous calls throughout the records to Sheila Devine?
Yes,
And were there numerous texts?
yes,
Let's talk about the time that's recorded on AT&T cell phone records. Is it recorded in, or does it show up as Eastern time zone? Do you still have the pages that I handed you? Can you see? I know it's also small on the pages. Do those times reflect local time zone or UTC time?
UTC.
Right. So how do you analyze what time the calls were actually made? How do you do the conversion?
Well, depends on the time of the year. UTC could be 4 hours or 5 hours. And what I mean by that is, if we're like right now, before our time change, it's 4 hours. If you factor in daylight savings, it would be 5 hours, if I'm even saying that correctly. What I usually would typically do is I would get on a UTC calculator on the internet. I would figure out what the time is, current time in UTC, and then, compare it to what I know is the time now. Again, these records have become, you almost need a degree to explain them, which is one of the reasons why at some point I reached out to the FBI to help me make sure I'm interpreting the records the way they should be interpreted.
Okay. So we heard the representative from the phone company testify about UTC and how it's the standardized time, basically.
Right.
So you used a website to convert to the actual time.
Yes.
All right. So I'm just going to ask you to walk through, and this we'll use just for demonstrative purposes. If you could walk through your analysis of the communications between Sheila and the defendant.
So 1:46 a.m. on the 12th, Mr. Allen calls Sheila. 1:52, Sheila calls Mr. Allen. At 1:57, Mr. Allen texts Sheila. At 1:58, Sheila texts Mr. Allen. 1:59, Mr. Allen texts Sheila. At 2:01 a.m., Mr. Allen texts Sheila again. At 2:02 a.m., Sheila texts Mr. Allen. 2:05, Sheila texts Mr. Allen. At 2:06, Ms. Devine calls Mr. Allen.
All right. Did you also obtain cell phone records for Eugene Mitchell?
I did.
And did you review those in the same manner?
Yes.
Sergeant, I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Commonwealth Exhibit 204. Are those pages from the entire cell phone record that you received from Eugene Mitchell?
Yes.
And do those accurately represent, are they actually the records that you received from the cell phone company?
They are.
Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth would move to admit 204.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted. Right, so I'm going to ask you to walk through your analysis involving both of the defendants. And I'm just going to, again, put up here for demonstrative purposes to assist your analysis of the communications between Eugene Mitchell, CJ, Calvin Birdsong, the defendant, and Sheila Devine. Were you able to kind of create a timeline of the communications that night?
Yes, and I would have done what's called a frequency report, an Excel file, basically, that correlates all the parties together.
Okay, so can you just describe for the jury overall the communication pattern the morning of November 12th between those individuals?
Yeah, at 1:44, Mr. Mitchell calls CJ. 1:46, Mr. Allen calls Sheila. At 1:49, Mr. Mitchell calls CJ. 1:52, Sheila calls Mr. Allen. 1:57, Mr. Allen texts Sheila. 1:58, Mr. Mitchell calls CJ. At 1:58, Sheila texts Mr. Allen. 1:59, Mr. Allen texts Sheila. 2:01, Mr. Allen texts Sheila again. 2:02, Ms. Devine texts Mr. Allen. 2:05, Sheila texts Mr. Allen again. And 2:06, Sheila calls Mr. Allen. 2:09, Mr. Mitchell calls CJ. And 2:50, Allen's last text. No phone, there's no activity from 2:50 a.m. to 4:37 a.m.
And was there any activity on Sheila's phone after her call to the defendant?
No.
All right, and Agent.
Could we approach?
Me? Your Honor, so we will label the two exhibits that we just talked about, 205 and 206. The Commonwealth would move to admit those two as well. Any objection?
We agree with that.
Okay. So admitted. All right, so after reviewing these records and being becoming aware that Sheila Devine had been communicating with the defendant on the morning that she was attacked, did you then initiate an investigation as to his involvement?
I did.
And what was the first step that you took in communicating with the defendant?
I called him, explained who I was in very vague terms, why I was calling him. And I requested to meet with him in person related to the investigation.
And was that phone call recorded?
It was.
Detective, I'm going to hand you, or Sergeant, sorry. I'm going to hand you what's been marked as Commonwealth's Exhibit 207. Did you have a chance to listen to that phone call prior to testifying?
Not in its entirety, no, but I remember.
And is that recorded phone call that's on the disc, the contents of the conversation that you had with him over the phone on
Yes.
December 5th?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the Commonwealth will move to admit and publish Exhibit 207.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
We can get the sound to work.
Is this Mr. Allen? Mr. Allen, my name is Jason Vance, Louisville Metro Police Department. How are you, sir?
Oh, okay. How are you doing?
Good. I'll tell you why I'm calling you is, you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
The reason why I'm calling you is I had a few questions for you, and I'd like to, at your convenience, sit down and talk with you about a few things in person. But the reason why I'm calling you is that we had a recent incident in the Norfolk area, and somehow you've gotten brought into the investigation. You know what I'm referencing?
No.
I have no clue.
No, sir.
Okay, well, it's concerning a female that was assaulted there in Norfolk. Like I said, somehow your name's gotten brought into the investigation. So part of the investigation is I talked to everyone that, that were the information that I've been given, and just kind of go from there.
Well, apparently, what happened? Yeah, she got assaulted. I mean, I don't know how it works, so I don't have time to even play around out or nothing like that.
All right, where do you work at?
I work at CONNELL.
Yeah, took her off of Preston Highway.
Yes.
You don't know any white females that live in the area in Norfolk?
Well, I don't really mess around over here because I ain't even been out here very long.
Yeah. Let me ask this, how long have you had this number? 489-1096?
I just got the phone from my mom.
Oh, really? When did you get your phone from your mom?
Well, it's probably about a month.
Mom? How long did she have it for that?
Yeah, this number forever.
Forever? Huh. I mean, would she have any reason to call any females that live over in Norfolk?
No.
No?
I mean, I would think so anyways. I mean, she worked herself, so I mean, I'd be lying to you if I was to tell you. I mean, she's a work man. She don't get up to like, what I'm saying, 5:30.
What shift do you work, sir?
I work the like second, third shift in the city.
7 p.m. to 7 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Well, I know that this is going to be quite a few days ago, but I mean, do you remember what shift you were working on the 11th of November? And I'll give you, it was the Monday, November the 11th, Monday.
It was.
Did you loan anybody your phone?
No, I ain't on my phone.
Yeah. Did you make any phone calls for work? Are you allowed to make any phone calls for work?
No, my phone
Okay. All right. Well, like I said, I mean, I know everybody's busy, especially this time of year. And, you know, you got a job, you work, and this and that. But unfortunately, we're probably going to have to sit down together. And there's a couple things that I'll have to show you, and then see, see if you can help me out as far as what they mean and whatnot, if you don't mind. That way I can move on and go to the next piece of information. Well, it's no big deal. Like I said, I just need to sit down with you and go over a few things, and hopefully you can give me the information to where I can move on and just go to the next point of emphasis. Okay. What would be a good time for me and you to meet? I can be anywhere where you want me to be, or you can come to me. It doesn't matter.
Okay, I'm sure run over to the bank real quick. Hey, give me some money out because I put some gas in it. Hey, work tonight.
Okay, so you work 7 to 7 in the morning tonight.
It's 7 p.m.
Yeah. What about tomorrow afternoon? After you get some sleep?
Probably at home. I said probably 1 or so.
Yeah, that'll work. You want me to call you? You just want to call me, or what?
You can tell me because I don't know your number.
Well, you got a pen and a pencil, I'll give it to you.
Let's see.
It's 502-817-6420.
6420.
Yes, sir. Hey, are you married? Okay. All righty, sir. Well, I will call you tomorrow at 1 o'clock, and I can come meet you or come pick you up. I can do whatever. We'll figure it out tomorrow. But I appreciate you taking time out of your day and talking with me.
Okay, who am I talking to? I mean, I get the number, but I don't know who I'm talking to.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I told you. First, my name is Jason Vance with the Louisville Metro Homicide Unit.
Jason.
Vance, V as in Victor, A-N-C-E.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Thanks so much, sir. Have a good night.
All right. You too.
Bye.
Now, what was the date that you spoke to him on again?
That conversation,
Yes.
December 5th.
Right. Detective, I'm going to show you so we can walk through with the jury the day of the week. What day of the week was December 5th of 2013?
Thursday.
So when you asked him to meet with you that day, he told you that he had to work. Have you since, as part of the investigation, did you obtain his employment records?
I did.
Did he work on Thursdays?
No.
Right. You then mentioned arranging to meet on December 6th. Did he show up or call you?
No.
So at some point, were you able to actually interview him?
I was.
And was that on December 10th of 2013?
Yes.
How did he get to your office, or how did you make that interview happen?
I went to his residence, Detective Gibson and I, and we picked him up. He agreed to come back to our office and conduct an interview with us.
When he came with you, did you at some point ask whether or not you could look at or download his cell phone?
Yes.
What's a download? What does that mean?
It's a lot of different things now, but so every person's cell phone is nothing more than a computer, and the technology surrounding that, so those cell phones have exponentially gotten more detailed, if you will, to today. At this point in 2013, the LMPD homicide unit had only been doing cell phone examinations for about 2.5 years. So it was a kind of a new, I wouldn't say a new thing, but it was a rather new thing. But at the time we had a computer called a Cellbrite computer that we were able to, depending on the update of the computer itself and the phone, the type of phone, you can plug a phone in and you can extract information. You can tell it, do you want everything? That means I want photographs, text messages, multimedia messages, call logs, contacts, calendar, anything the person who owns the phone would have put could be used as well. In this year, 2013, speaking of, some phones were supported more than others. Why I say that now is that, the way it works is a phone that you would collect as evidence in 2013, if you were to examine it now, you would absolutely get more than likely, I'd say, more information from the examination than you did the first time you examined it. So his phone, in any investigation, people's phones are their center of their world. So, it's one of the reasons why I requested to see his phone. And honestly, I was surprised that he didn't have his phone with him when we initially picked him up.
And did you tell him that you'd get a search warrant for his phone if he didn't consent to let you look at it?
Yes.
Okay. And so how did you actually get his phone from him?
We went back to his house, his mother's apartment, or his apartment. He went in and retrieved the phone that was different than our initial conversation. I was expecting him to bring out a flip phone, and he brought out a small iPhone.
Okay. And the address that we're talking about we've seen the maps earlier, is the Kern Court address where the defendant was living?
Yes.
4403 Kern Court.
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a little bit about the Cellbrite. Does it just essentially make a copy of what's on the phone?
Yes. Yes. It puts it in a report that's user friendly. Actually, at the time, because if we're talking about 2013, is that the Cellbrite did not necessarily put it in what's considered a Cellbrite UFED report format. So if the Cellbrite did not support the actual cell phone itself, it would put it in what's called an HTML format, which is just it's a document. It's a digital document that's searchable, on a computer or whatever. But it kind of puts it in categories that makes it easier for the investigator to access certain information.
Okay. So like last time, it's been a while, but last time I bought a cell phone, I went to Verizon and I took my old phone in. And when I bought the new one, they transferred all of my information using a piece of equipment called the Cellbrite. Is it the same equipment that you guys use?
So speaking of today, we don't use Cellbrite. We use what's called Breaky. It's a different company, but it's very similar. Yes.
So the Cellbrite basically transfers the information from a cell phone. You can either transfer it onto another cell phone if I'm buying a new one and want all my photos and everything, or you can transfer it into some report format, right?
Yes.
And for your investigation, were you obviously looking to put it into a report format?
Yes.
All right, and the number that we talked about for the records that you obtained, we heard on the phone call, is that 489-1096 number? That's the number you called the defendant on that day for the recorded phone call?
Yes.
And that's the number that he confirmed was his phone?
Yes.
And during his interview, did he again confirm that that's the phone that he was using?
Yes. We've
seen the interview, so we're not going to go back through it, but we're not going to play it again, but at any point during that interview, did he admit to you that he was in Sheila Devine's apartment?
No.
At any point, did you ask him whether or not he had been in her apartment or had sex with her?
Yes.
Did he ever admit to any contact with her on that night?
No.
Were you able to establish at that point on December 10th, when you conducted the first recorded interview, the one that we saw on video, whether or not the defendant knew Eugene Mitchell?
I do not remember.
Were you able to establish
Oh,
that
yes,
they had had
yes.
contact before
Yes,
your interview?
I remember Mr. Allen referencing that Mr. Mitchell had talked to him about some of the questions that we had for Mr. Mitchell.
Okay, so prior to being interviewed by you on December 10th, Mitchell had already talked to him about previously being interviewed by you and Detective Gibson.
Yes.
As part of your investigation, did you also communicate with people with whom Eugene Mitchell was communicating?
Yes.
And was that one of the reasons that you reached out to Kimberly Ball Ingram that we heard from earlier in the trial?
Yes.
When you realized that Eugene Mitchell had been in contact with her on November 11th and November 12th, did you follow up with an interview with her?
Actually, Detective Gibson and I traveled to Dunkirk, New York, which is a town that's maybe 2 hours south of Buffalo, New York, and I had an interview with her at a local police department in person,
Okay,
related to the investigation.
all right. Did you also attempt to follow up with Catherine Smith?
Yes, numerous times.
Was she still living in apartment 13 in December and January of that year?
No.
At what point do you recall were you able to locate Catherine Smith?
It was in January of 14.
And where was she at the time that you were able to locate her?
She was at a mental health facility.
Right. And were you able to interview her to obtain any additional details about the night of November 11th and morning of November 12th?
No.
Was she able to communicate anything about those specific dates?
No.
Did she ever move back into those apartments to your knowledge?
Not that much.
And after that date, were you ever able to locate her, have any communication with her?
No.
Let's talk a little bit about the evidence that was submitted in this case. We heard from the lab about their normal policy of only analyzing 10 items in a homicide, but there can be exceptions. Did you, in this case, request additional items beyond 10 items be tested?
Absolutely.
How does that have to work when you're requesting that the lab exceed their acceptance policy?
So in this case, I met with the lieutenant over our crime scene unit, and using his contacts at the Kentucky Crime Lab, we were able to submit over the initial allotted amount of evidence.
Did you also have to take special steps to get the testing expedited?
Yes. So one of the things that initially we looked at was that we were going to proceed to a private lab. And the Kentucky State Police Crime Lab agreed that they would actually put this case in front of other cases and gave us a much shorter time frame. So we did not proceed to do that.
All right. And let me ask you, how do you decide which evidence? Obviously, you collected a large number of items. How do you decide which evidence actually gets tested?
I mean, it's something that we typically do in conjunction with our crime scene unit technicians, and at some point even go beyond that. There's two phases of evidentiary examination. Is it, there's one is that you try to identify biological fluid present, and that goes to a different lab. And then there's serology that goes to a different lab. So speaking of serology, excuse me, in this case, once the evidence was sent to the crime lab, I actually spoke with Ms. Phelps, the assigned scientist on the case. And actually, we had multiple conversations, as to be efficient in our examinations, because one of the things that you have to be considerate of, or is that you consume certain things when you do examinations. So, the way we proceeded, it needed to be efficient. It needed to make sense. And because of the very the complexity of the case, Shannon Phelps, I leaned on her on a daily basis for a good number of months in this case.
So is it normal for the forensic scientists at the Kentucky State Police Lab to help you decide which pieces would provide the most reliable and helpful evidence?
No, I would say no in my experience, because one is that, they're very, very busy people, and you wouldn't typically have the availability to them at the lab because they're servicing the entire state. But in this case, like I said, because of the complexity of it, it made no sense for her or for me to make examination request, and then for her to call me up and say, hey, this isn't going to work. So that's why we talked almost on a daily basis for months.
Okay, so she assisted you in deciding which evidence to test for DNA, which evidence to test for fluids, and that kind of.
Yes.
Let me ask you a little bit about some of the items that weren't submitted for testing. There was a lighter that we saw in the photos at the scene in Sheila's bedroom that wasn't collected. Would that have likely been a piece of evidence that you would have submitted to the lab, or that the lab would have been willing to test?
No.
Can you explain why?
Because it's a source of multiple users, potentially. And in my experience is that lighters do not yield any resourceful information.
Okay. Were you aware at the time of the investigation that Sheila was a smoker?
Yes.
So if the lighter was hers, would that have helped you determine who was in her apartment on that night?
No.
And is a lighter something that people sometimes frequently share with others?
Yes.
So if there had been other DNA on the lighter, would that have necessarily told you who was in her apartment that night?
No, and actually, I would envision that there would be multiple, mixtures, if you will, because the lighter itself is not a good source of identifying specific DNA profiles.
So when you find DNA on it, for example, if you had submitted that lighter for testing and there was DNA on it, would you know whether or not that DNA was placed on the lighter while it was in her apartment, or when she shared it with someone at the liquor store, or would you be able to tell anything about that?
No.
And was your focus on identifying who had actually been in her apartment when she was attacked?
Yes.
All right, let me ask you about the dentures that were found in her floor. Was there a reason that those weren't submitted for testing?
So if for example, if we were trying to identify who Miss Devine was, it'd be a very good piece of evidence that we would use, because it's hot, inside your mouth is a high concentration of that person's DNA profile, DNA standard. And that denture plate, knowing that it was in Miss Devine's mouth, would not have been a good candidate for any examination beyond identifying who she was.
And based on the location of the dentures, did it appear to you that the dentures had been knocked out prior to the attack that happened in the bedroom?
Yes.
So would the dentures have likely yielded any information about what happened to her in the bedroom?
No.
Right. Now, those items that were collected, are they maintained in property in case the defense requests that they be tested, or
Yes, they are. All the evidence is still, or will still be in property once.
okay. And after the defendant was charged, did you assist defense counsel in having some, we've already talked a little bit about, did you have them submit or help them submit some items that they requested for their lab to do, or for a private lab to do testing?
Yeah, so there's really no better
Can we
person.
approach, Your Honor? Please.
Yes. Right. So again, did you assist in packaging and shipping items to boat labs for testing at the defense request?
I did.
And were they given access to every item that they wanted submitted for testing?
I was given a list of things to remove from the proper room, expedite to the lab. I did that.
Did you also meet with an expert for the defense to allow him access to the cell phones?
I did.
Your Honor. Can we approach, please?
Yes.
And during that meeting, was the defense expert able to conduct his own downloads of the cell?
Yes.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, defendant has no burden of proof in this matter, and no obligation to engage in any particular testing. The burden of proof.
Let's talk a little bit testimony from police lab examiners about trace and hair analysis in any county in Kentucky to be able to do three of cases.
No.
Right. On television, I mean, for example, sometimes you'll see a crime scene that's a hotel room, in the carpet with a little handbag. Why is that unreasonable as a manner of collecting evidence?
Won't even test it. If they knew you vacuumed a carpet, they would not. I mean, it's not common sense, and it's not a good use of trace evidence examinations.
When somebody goes in and out of an apartment, do they typically leave some hair, fibers, something from their clothing behind?
I think they could, yes.
And is there any way to determine when that was left?
No.
So is that one of the reasons that trace evidence isn't always particularly useful?
Yes.
Right. In this particular case, did you request some trace analysis on hairs and the part of the mattress cutting?
I did.
Let me ask you a little bit about fingerprints. We've heard from Detective Gibson about fingerprinting the TV stand. Were you also able to observe the TV stand?
Yes.
And did it appear to be a surface that would be amenable to fingerprinting?
Absolutely not.
There were questions about fingerprinting the beer cans that were found in Sheila's apartment. Would you expect that to yield helpful information in most investigations?
No, because it could be the person who stocked the shelf at the store. It could be the person who rang the person that bought the beer can out at the store. It could be anyone. It's not a very good use of evidence.
Okay. So again, is that type of evidence, like fingerprints on a beer can that we know was purchased earlier that night at a liquor store, is that helpful in helping you determine who was in her apartment that night or at a particular time?
No.
Right. Now, we talked a little bit about Terrence Spalding and how his name became involved in this investigation. And we've heard evidence that his buckles were also submitted to the lab. Was that because you were aware that that's somebody that the defendant associated?
Yes,
Did you also ask the defendant about his brother?
I did.
And what was the reason for that line of question?
I didn't rule anyone. I mean, at that point.
And were you still trying to narrow down who might have been in the truck with him that night at the liquor store?
I was.
Did you have any information that the defendant's brother, Jawan Black, was in contact with Sheila Devine at all?
None.
And at any point during your investigation, have you developed any reason to believe that the defendant's brother was in contact with or had any relationship with Sheila Devine?
No.
Right. At what point did you receive the first round of DNA results?
I believe it was in January 3rd, actually, 2014.
All right. And once you obtained the DNA results that identified the defendant, what steps did you take?
I immediately called the lab and contacted Ms. Phelps. DNA, examination reports concerning DNA results, if you will, can be cumbersome to navigate. And again, a good investigator would go right to the person, the professional that developed, or not developed, but came up with the results, and to make sure that I was interpreting them the way that they were read or written. And so I immediately called Ms. Phelps. We talked about the results, and her first comment to me, I remember, is that she was like, "Well, I was expecting this phone call."
So was she able to help you interpret what the statistics meant that we heard her testify to?
Yes,
And was she able to help you determine the significance of the fluids that were found and the fluids that weren't found?
yes,
Was she able to help you determine the significance of where the fluids and the DNA were found?
yes,
And after talking to her, at some point, did you obtain an arrest warrant for the defendant?
I did.
All right, and what date was that?
I want to say it was January 9th or January the 8th. Honestly, I don't know the arrest warrant. I'd have to see the arrest warrant
Okay, what date was it executed? What date was the defendant actually arrested?
on the 9th.
All right, and following that, is that the other recorded interview that we saw with the defendant?
Yes,
Okay. Now, at this point, you had looked at cell phone records, you'd seen the surveillance video, and you'd gotten the DNA results, correct?
yes,
Did the defendant have noticed that you had gotten an arrest warrant for him or that he was going to be picked up?
no,
All right, once he was brought in, we saw the interview that was conducted. There's been some questions about information about feces. Now, during the interview on January 9th, did you confront the defendant with information about what was in Sheila Devine's mouth?
yes,
And at that point, what did you believe was in Sheila Devine's mouth?
fecal matter.
Okay, so on January 9th, had you and Detective Gibson talked about that information?
And so remember, I wasn't at the scene, so I couldn't rely or fall back on what I observed, smelled, all that. So I was relying on Detective Gibson's description of the scene as he observed it the day of the incident. But we had multiple conversations from the point I got involved in this up until the arrest were made on January 9th about keeping certain things close to ourselves. And one of those things is as an investigator, is you want to keep to yourself is that certain things that only police and the people that are responsible for this would know. One of them would, and that information was the fecal matter. So on the January 9th interview with Mr. Allen, it's the first time that I had spoken about the fecal matter in an investigative capacity.
And what was the reason that you brought that up with him when you did?
I wanted to see what his response was.
So obviously prior to that interview, there have been some suggestions that Detective Gibson didn't communicate that to anybody or that he kept that a secret. But was that information that you were provided as part of the investigation and that you discussed with Detective Gibson?
Multiple times.
After arresting, were both defendants arrested, both Allen and Mitchell arrested on the same date?
Yes,
After arresting Allen, did you do a search warrant at the residence where he lived?
I did. I physically did not do it. I requested members of my unit to do it.
Okay, and were there ever any items of evidentiary value located during that search?
No.
All right, so would you have been looking for, in particular, like a television or any clothing or items that would link him to the night of November 11th, morning of November 12th?
Specifically, would have been, as an investigator, I would have been looking for what he was wearing in the surveillance video from the night of the incident.
Okay, and also, were you able to, did you ever locate a television that was similar to or matched what appeared to be missing from Sheila Devine's apartment?
No.
Did you also get a search warrant to search the defendant's truck?
I did.
And again, were there any items of evidentiary value located in the truck?
No.
Did you at that time also search an additional location where you were informed that Eugene Mitchell had stayed sometimes?
Yes, Mr. Birdsong's mother's residence.
Okay, and what, did he stay in the house or what was the area where he sometimes slept?
So Mr. Mitchell's eviction process was complete at some point during all this, and he had moved all his belongings, what he had left, over to Mr. Birdsong's mother's garage. Some of this information that we were able to gather from Ms. Ball, we conducted an interview with her. So we were able to kind of focus in on the garage area related to Mr. Mitchell's belongings.
And did Kelvin Birdsong also confirm that Eugene Mitchell slept in the garage sometimes?
Yes,
And now you had already previously in November done a search warrant for the apartment that was technically his apartment, right?
yes,
And that's when you collected the black coat,
yes.
right? In January, when you did the additional search at the Lambert Avenue garage, were you able to find anything that had any items of evidentiary value at that point?
No.
Right. Now, once he was arrested, once both of them were arrested, did you continue in the investigation or did it just stop at that?
No, I continued to draft legal authority for such as trace evidence and make multiple requests to the Kentucky State Crime Lab for additional examinations.
Okay, so what other items did you collect specifically from the defendants in relation to your investigation?
And before we get into that, I think this might be a good opportunity for our morning break. So ladies and gentlemen, it is about 10:45. If you would please be back in front of the court at 11, please. Please remember the admonition.
All right. characteristics doesn't kind of.
Thank you. You all may be seated. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? All right, you may continue, Ms. Gray.
Sergeant, I think we're almost done. All right, so after collecting the mattress cutting, did you also follow up with a search warrant to collect additional hairs from the defendants?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I
What was the
drafted,
process to collect them?
I drafted legal authority, obtained legal authority through a judge to collect samples, trace samples from each defendant. I went
Meaning,
to
by legal authority, do you mean a search warrant?
search warrant. I went to the Louisville Metro Department of Corrections with a crime scene unit technician and collected the samples for comparison.
Okay, and those samples were submitted to the lab?
Yes.
Did you also request that, were you aware that the Kentucky State Police Lab couldn't do analysis to determine if a substance was fecal matter?
Yes.
So did you work with them to have certain items sent off to Guardian Labs to have additional testing?
I did.
And did you also contact the FBI to get assistance in the cell records, the cell site information, and that type?
I did.
Now, during the first interview of the defendant in December, you asked him several times about drug transactions, and he finally admitted to you that at some point in time, he had sold drugs to Sheila Devine. Did you arrest him or charge him after that interview with anything related to drugs?
No.
Sergeant, I think that's all the questions that I have.
Mr. Lewis?
Thank you, ma'am. Could I have leave of court to sit down once in a while? I have too many things going on over here. Thank you. Sergeant, you came into this case about November 22nd, is what we heard. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's because it was assigned to homicide at that point. Kind of, right?
Yeah, actually it was on the 21st. And, that I was notified that homicide and sex crimes were working together.
That decision to assign your unit and you was made around the time that it was apparent the victim was going to succumb to her injuries.
Yes.
So it's been 10 days at that point since the victim was discovered, right?
Yes.
And I mean, in one way, there's a fresh set of eyes on the case with you as a second lead on it, right?
You can look at it that way. Yes.
I mean, that can be helpful, can it?
Yes.
But on the other hand, 10 days is a pretty long time in a homicide investigation when you're talking about biological material, witness accounts, and so on, right?
Yeah, it's not something that you would want to occur as an investigator.
There could be trace physical evidence. We talked a little bit about trace physical evidence, but it really doesn't take much for it to go away, right? If it were hanging on a piece of clothing, for example, it might have been there the day after the attack, but 10 days, getting pretty iffy, probably not gonna happen, right? And just as one example, and I want to be clear, since you're the lead, you had the ability to watch everything that's happened in the trial, right?
I have not.
You've not. I only ask because I don't want to keep repeating.
Yeah, I've not, and because of my health status,
Okay.
I wasn't able to.
Okay, so you haven't heard, okay. But we did hear that, just one example of that was, we know there was the button on the floor of the apartment, and then fairly soon thereafter, I believe the next morning or so, it was recognized that Mr. Mitchell was wearing a coat without a button.
Yes.
Right, but that wasn't collected for several more days, and I know this is before you're on the case,
Yes.
right?
Right.
So just to recap a few things, I know you said you kind of briefed matters with Detective Gibson, but what was known at that point is, number one, Mitchell was a suspect in the case at that point,
Yes.
and he had several encounters with police, right? Already.
Yes.
I mean, some of them he initiated himself,
Yes.
and some of them they asked him to come in for an interview, right?
Yes.
And I think there had even been, at least, had there already been an interview with Mr. Mitchell, a formal one at Sex Crimes?
Yes. Detective Gibson has conducted an interview already with Mr. Mitchell.
Right.
Yes.
And not the jury's heard most of those encounters, but one of them, for example, is Mitchell walking up to he went up to the liquor store while they were trying to look up surveillance videos, right?
Yes.
And kind of got in their face over that, like, I want to know what this is about or something to that effect, right?
Yes.
And then he later encountered, I think it was directly Detective Gibson, if I'm remembering this right, and started in on, I was with her, but I didn't kill her, right?
Yes.
And that kind of led to one of his interviews.
Yes.
Okay, and that's early, or this is all before you're on the case.
That's the day of the incident. Yes.
The next day of the incident, right? And a couple other things that were sort of in place when you enter this thing is the videos had been collected and the investigators had seen Mitchell's on there. He's at the liquor store and he's with the victim, right?
Yes.
Okay. And I understand that down the road, after you get Miss Devine's phone records and see the calls from Mr. Allen, that's how he gets brought in.
Yes.
In fact, you told him that. That's what hey, you're brought into this because I found your phone number, right?
Yes.
In this lady's records. But back then, you had seen, and it was available to the investigators to see several things that the prosecutor just went back over from. They did stills of the videos, but we had the victim and Mr. Mitchell coming in around, you'll have to remind, 8:30 in the evening.
I think, yeah, initially it was like right around 8:20, something like that.
Right, and we saw all that where they buy some alcohol and so on, and out they go. And well, in fact, on the way out the door, there's a crowd on the sidewalk, right?
Yes.
And Mr. Mitchell interacts with those people and whatnot. And then later, you're also able to see on the video when he comes back, which is around 2,300 hours roughly.
11 p.m.
And he's still hanging out there, wandering around the liquor store, pointing, shouting at people, whatever. And then you see, now you don't know who he is at that point, but you see Mr. Allen come in 23:30, it was 11:30 thereabouts, right, with Tomaya.
Yes.
And you can see this on the video.
Yes.
And there's, and we're not going to recap it all. They've seen the stills, but Mr. Allen gets out of his truck, opens the door for Tomaya, and then walks up and opens the liquor store door, and she walks in, right? Right. And then Mr. Mitchell's in there, right?
Yes.
And while Miss Tomaya selects a beverage or something, and Mr. Allen gets something, they make their purchases. Tomaya and Mr. Mitchell kind of exit out first together, right? And then Mr. Allen exits out, right?
Yes.
And you complete things called investigative letters, right?
Yes.
The idea, and Detective Gibson does those too, right?
Yes.
All right, and the idea of those is to be as complete and accurate as possible in general for the record of the police department, right?
It's the idea is so 8 years after something's occurred, I can actually, reference my investigative report and testify to a certain level of, accuracy.
Helps refresh your memory. So therefore, the completeness and the accuracy of it is very important when it's done, right?
Yeah, and there's a process after you complete an investigative report that your commanding officer at the time reviews it for errors.
An entire auditing process, sort of. Like your commanding officer goes over it, right?
There's checks and balances built in.
Right.
Yes.
And so as you come into this on the 22nd, and it's been 10 days, the liquor store videos have all been collected, they've been looked at. No one mentions any interest in any interaction, if it even ever happened, between Mr. Allen and Mr. Mitchell in that video, did they? No one brought up, hey, let's go find out the guy in the camo shirt. Isn't that weird? No one was talking about that, were they?
No, but there was other people on the video as well. It's kind of it's a center part of that community.
Right. Now, when Mitchell was interviewed by Gibson already before you came in, I assume part of your briefing is, I don't know if you listened to the recording, but Detective Gibson certainly told you what he had said, right? Would have briefed you about what Mr. Mitchell had said.
I would have watched it.
You didn't said that. Okay, so you watched every word. He adamantly, interesting thing, he adamantly denied having sex with the lady, right?
Yes.
He wanted to make that clear.
Yes.
Didn't have sex with her, right?
Yeah.
There was supposed to be some exchange of orders with him.
Your Honor, can we approach?
You may.
I was supposed to have a deal with this lady and I got frauded, right? You remember that part?
Yeah,
He provided crack and she didn't provide the oral sex, right? Isn't that what he said?
yes.
Well, okay. And this is all stuff, again, this is before you're even on the case, right?
Yes.
Okay. The scene had already been processed once. This is before you. And that's the one where we had found the button, found the one plate of dentures laying in the carpet, some old English beer cans, and a few other things, right? And then at some point do you remember how Calvin Birdsong even got brought into this thing? Wasn't it, he reached out to Detective Amy Phelps at one point, didn't he?
Yes.
Okay, and then it kind of, and that's before you as well.
Yes.
Is that right? So Calvin Birdsong's reaching out to Amy Phelps and it's in connection with, hey, need to talk to somebody about this because he has a connection to Eugene Mitchell, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's all, again, before November 22nd, when you're on the case, right?
Yes.
Okay. So let's talk about when you do start on the case. The very first thing you do is, beside your briefing with Detective Gibson, hear the interviews and so on, you realize there needs to be a second search at the scene, right?
Yes.
Of the victim's apartment.
Yes.
Okay, and that was done on the 22nd of November.
Yes.
All right, and you were aware that Detective Gibson had already been there at least twice by then, right?
Yeah, the apartment was still secured according to the family. Miss Jackson.
Okay.
So we chose to go back that Friday.
And a couple of things that you were involved in to note of interest there. By the way, was Detective Gibson at that search? Or was that just you and the CSU?
No, it was me and Detective Gibson and Stacy Davenport, the crime scene unit.
Stacy Davenport, okay. And I think we've already admitted it as a picture. Just a couple things that you made a new decision about was important. We had the trash can, right?
Amongst other things, yes.
Right, and in the trash can was a dumped ashtray. It was like the refuse cigarette butts and so on.
Yes.
And I think Detective Gibson finally admitted that sort of crack smoking device is in there. It's a blue tube with tape around it.
Yes.
Okay. And I couldn't figure out, there's a whole bottle there at the scene with one of those blue tubes inserted in it. The whole thing all put together makes your crack smoking device, right?
I assume so.
And I noted something about the collection of a plastic bottle. Is that the crack smoking bottle or did that ever get collected?
If you're referencing without a photo of what you're talking about, I remember that we did collect something that we would identify as a crack smoking apparatus. Yes.
Okay. And my question about that never gets sent to the lab for testing, right?
No.
Okay, and you've been a police officer long enough, probably pretty aware of this. You know it's a paraphernalia device. And if this is the bottle, then it's got a tube sticking out. It's kind of like you smoke in the tube, right?
Yes. Well, where are they? Yes.
And there was that tape around it. So that's generally because crack burns a lot hotter than tobacco, right?
I'm assuming, I don't know.
So it's like a way not to burn your fingers while you're burning the crack in there. So you got that whole tape, somebody touches that, put their mouth on it and smoke, right? Like a pipe.
Yes.
Then that's where you take the mattress cuttings, right?
Yes.
And I want to show you, I'm going to have to ask what the next defendant's exhibit number is, Judge. I apologize.
Your next number is 70.
70, thank you, Judge. Could I approach the list, please?
You may.
There was the collection of a pair of black panties, black women's underwear, right?
Yes.
During your scene search.
Yes.
And if I could show you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 70 is, I know it's not in place, but does that look like them
Yes.
once they're laid out at CSU for a photo, right?
Correct.
Okay, and that's fair and accurate picture.
Yes.
Move the admission of Defense 70, Your Honor.
The objection?
No, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Okay, you also collect the Heaven Hill vodka bottle, right?
Yes.
And that one does get sent for analysis to the lab. Am I right?
Without seeing the request, I mean, if you say it did, it did.
Do you have all your lab requests
I don't
there?
think I did, because it's just, this is a.
And I'll give you time. I don't have it in front of me, Detective, or I'd show it to you. I mean, didn't that turn out to have DNA from the mouth portion in the results? Let me just do it that way.
You remember the item number?
I'm sorry. I think it was in the 9s plan, your initial report.
Mr. Willis, do you want to hand him?
Oh, sure, thanks. Right, report, and I apologize, Jason.
That's all right.
Detective Vance.
That's all right. I
I
mean,
thought you had heard the whole trial.
no, I unfortunately, I was not able to do that. Now, were you referring to what item number?
The Heaven Hill bottle.
Yeah, that would have been item 17.
Right. And that was submitted, or a swap from the.
Swaps
mouth,
from the
of course,
rim of
right?
the. Yes.
Okay. And so a swab gets submitted of the Heaven Hill bottle in your initial set of submissions, right?
Mhm.
For DNA. Thank you.
Yes.
And you have seen the liquor store video and she's buying the Heaven Hill bottle there, right? Sheila.
Yes.
Okay. So we want to be real careful about how many exhibits we send to the KSP lab because they only want 10, but we sent a bottle for DNA testing that we already knew who was drinking it. Is that right?
We knew that two of the individuals that could be drinking out of. Yes.
Well, one of the things you might be able to determine is if there's some other DNA on there, right?
Yes.
Maybe there was a party, right?
Yes.
More than 2 people.
Correct.
I mean, you know Mitchell and you know Sheila. Well, heck, it could be Calvin Birdsong, Terrence Spalding. Who knows? Some guy from down the street might be 5 DNA samples on there, right?
It's
So it matters.
Yes.
Well, and then still on your initial scene investigation, this is where finally we get documentation from CSU when they do a fingerprint dust about where they did it, right? Do you recall them documenting that?
Yes.
The Davenport?
Yes.
Where did she say she dusted?
Right.
Would it, is the bathroom sink, does that sound right?
Yeah, and I believe the handles to the bathroom were actually removed.
Oh, and the handles of the fixtures?
Yes.
Right. So if someone suggested they don't ever bother to document what they dust for fingerprints, that's not true. Tech Davenport did exactly that for you, didn't she?
Yes.
Okay. And yet this is 10 days after the first time someone processed the scene, right?
Yes.
Okay. And then, so where you of 2 a connection to this missing television.
The cables.
Yeah.
Yes.
There were AV audio cables, and I think there was a picture somewhere in evidence. And then there was 10 square shaped antenna. Both of those are collected, right? Eventually sent to the lab, right? The results are that they contain DNA.
Yes.
And there's enough of it there to look at a whole human genome for those, right? It's not like too limited for.
I believe I had that in front of me.
Was it in your initial submission there that we were just looking at?
I don't know. I have to look at it, but I actually had the.
Which thing you-
examination.
Just that first submission. I'm sorry.
Those are, I believe, 9.9, 10, 12, 1 swaps from these cables.
Swabs from the cables. You do have it there? And so we had DNA, and the curious thing about that, it didn't match Mitchell. It didn't match Guy Allen. And was Sheila Devine in it?
I don't have that actually in front of me.
You don't have that result in front of you?
Whether she was included.
Okay. But what you do have with that result is there's another set of DNA at the scene, and it's not Guy Allen's or Eugene Mitchell's, right? Once you get the results.
Yes.
But, okay. And it was your decision to collect those. Everyone got there on the 12th, and oh my gosh, the TV's gone, but nobody had done anything with these cords, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And I don't know if you even remember, I want to ask about the TVs that get collected at Beachbrook for a moment. Have you seen the picture of them leaning out there
Yes.
in the alley next to the
Yes.
house? I'm not going to dig through and find that. So do you recall, one of them has a base attached and one of them doesn't have a base attached?
Right.
Okay, and so the idea is to eliminate them from Miss Sheila's apartment because the one that has a base doesn't match the dust ring, right?
Right. It didn't come in anywhere near close as far as the pattern goes.
And the other one just didn't have a base at all, right?
Right.
But the other one had fingerprints from a guy named Dominique Price, right?
Dominique, yes.
Yeah, and then the one of the things Detective Gibson had done, and remind me if it's before you're on the case or not. He goes to roll call at the 6th Division and makes an attempt to tie the TVs to any other burglaries or crimes in the entire 6th Division of Louisville Metro Police, right?
I was not a part of that.
Okay, and there was some question asked about it. I know that essentially it did not, that they didn't match anything that was existing as a reported burglary or robbery or so on, right? That they weren't able to be tied to.
I'm not aware of that they were tied to any criminal act at all.
Okay, and I think we're all having difficulty understanding why this TV is eliminated as being one from Sheila's apartment. It's because of the stand on it didn't match the dust room?
No, I think that in it's not in itself, but Ms. Jackson and Detective Gibson were talking. Ms. Jackson's actually the one that bought the TV for me.
Well, I'm just asking what you had for investigative purposes, and what Detective Gibson made us understand was didn't match the dust ring on where the missing TV was supposed to be. And then he did this. I'm not going to ask you about the roll call. You don't know anything about that.
No.
Okay. Well, so after processing one more time the scene of Sheila's apartment where she met her demise, doing things like fingerprint dusting and documenting where you fingerprint dusted. The next thing was to go to Mitchell's apparent living area or his recent or former apartment. That's 2011 Landing Drive, right?
Yes, it's literally, I mean, you can see it from Ms. Devine's.
You can see it from Miss Devine's apartment. It's across the street or same side.
It's on the back side of a court. So Ms. Devine's court, and then on the back side, buildings you can't actually, I guess you can't see it because there's apartment buildings within that court, but on the back side of those apartment buildings is where Mr. Mitchell resided.
So you have a search warrant and go there, right?
Yes.
And the Commonwealth introduced, I want to talk a little bit about what was found there in Mr. Mitchell's apartment. But before I do, you have all your investigative letters available to you there.
I do.
Okay, so you get there and the question was, hey, wasn't Mr. Mitchell there? There also was a guy named Julian Williams there, right?
He was the property owner's son that was in charge of property for the most part.
And he's physically present there when you come to begin the search of Mitchell's apartment.
Yes.
And he comes out to see you all, right?
I'm not sure. I don't remember if I
You want to
knocked on
reference it there? Reference a witness, Judge.
You may.
match it up there. It looks like it's number 2 of February 4th, 14 report.
Yeah.
Okay, you got there Julian Williams interview?
Yeah.
Okay. So Williams comes up to you, and my first question is, you certainly wouldn't have told Mr. Williams anything about this crime you're investigating, right?
No,
Just because he's Mitchell's landlord, you're not going to be sharing things with him.
of course not.
You're not going to be telling him how she died, right?
No.
Not going to be telling him in what way she was injured.
Right.
You're certainly not going to tell him anything about something in her mouth, right?
Absolutely.
Okay. And as a result of the Julian Williams interview, which kind of occurred, does it occur right there? Do you go anywhere or just talk to him right there?
I talked to him right there in his apartment.
Okay. And you made some pretty extensive notes about that. You learned that there could be a reason to look at Mr. Mitchell's hands and neck, right?
Right.
Okay. And did you find Mr. Mitchell and look at his hands and neck as a result of Mr. Williams' interview?
Yes.
When?
Inside the apartment.
Inside the apartment.
Mr. Mitchell's apartment.
And that's all well documented. You took his clothes off and took photos of everything you saw. Huh,
No.
Mr. Mitchell?
No.
Right, no. Now let's go in to Mr. Mitchell's apartment. I've only done one exhibit and I've already lost one.
70.
I think you're on 71.
Okay.
Show you what I'm going to mark is. First, we'll do 71 as, when you do this, you document and catalog everything that is taken from a scene when you do a search, right?
Good practice, yes.
Right.
I
And
mean, in this
location of
case,
the
I
item
mean,
seized and so on.
It was, right.
And you recognize what?
There's a log sheet, yes.
Log sheet of Mitchell's apartment from that day.
Mhm.
So that's a fair and accurate copy of all that.
Yes.
Move the admission of 71, Judge.
Any objection?
I just can't see what it is. Oh, no objection.
So one of the items documented was we heard about the women's underwear. By the way, were those ever sent for testing?
No.
Okay. So Defense Exhibit 72, there's a stick there that actually you see it of a potential importance and you take it, right? Sorry. See if I can. Twig/stick on coffee table.
Yes.
Yeah, and does that look like a fair and accurate picture of it as it sat there on the coffee table,
Yes.
kind of next to an ashtray and so on?
Yes.
And so move the admission of 72, Judge.
Any objection?
72, a photo or that sheet?
That's a photo. Here.
No objection.
And it's a photo of,
A stick on a coffee table.
okay.
Got a fair way to put that?
Yeah.
And let me show you what's marked as Defense 73, because that stick gets collected and it gets brought to CSU, like so many of these other little items, physical evidence, and they put it next to a ruler on a neutral background and take a picture of it, right?
Yeah.
Is that what looks like 73 is?
Yep.
Okay, that's a fair and accurate picture of the stick in CSU, right?
Yes.
Okay, move the admission of 73, Your Honor.
Objection?
Tell us about the lab results. Oh, well, let me just ask this. A stick, it's not a big stick, right?
No,
It's not like baseball bat size, right?
no, according to the scale, it's like less than 4 inches.
Right. But you're investigating a crime where you've talked to either through Gibson or you've talked directly to this sexual assault nurse examiner, right? That did her examination.
I did not talk to Ms. Corzine, no.
You got that in, whatever info you had would have come through Gibson
Yes.
for your briefing. Okay, but you get the basic idea. She thinks that, among other things, someone's been sodomized as part of it, anally sodomized, right? Okay, so you're going to collect a stick, right? At the scene of Mitchell's apartment.
So stick wasn't collected because of the sexual assault examination. The stick was collected because there was plant materials apartment. So if we saw what we would identify as plant material, in Mr. Mitchell's apartment, we would collect it. Didn't know at the time whether it had any meaning or value.
Well, you don't know if it has meaning or value. So one way to find out if it has meaning or value is to submit it to the Kentucky State Police Laboratory, right?
For trace?
Yeah. But that wasn't done, was it?
No.
Okay. Now, the other thing that I'm interested in there is there's a black shirt with a possible hair found on it, right?
Are you speaking about the log sheet again?
Yeah, back at
Yes. Actually, a black shirt, woman's shirt with hair.
with hair. Okay. Enough on that. I want to ask you about a few more questions on what was that hair ever sent to for analysis?
No.
Okay. Let's talk about the video surveillance unit. Well, it's not a surveillance. Well, I guess the video surveillance unit that's right one building over and appears to look right at Sheila's apartment, right?
Yeah, it was Beachbrook, I believe, that is the address.
Somewhere you had an address, but no question in your mind, if I'm standing, we've seen the pictures of her apartment. If I'm standing outside the door to her apartment, I mean, that thing's pointed at me
Yes.
across the street, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so you go over on the 23rd to get that
Same day as the search at Mr. Mitchell's apartment.
same day as the search. By the way, 4518 Beachbrook, does that sound right?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, and this thing had a DVR system that had some ability to not only for someone to look in real time at the camera if they wanted to, but if it was functioning, some way to record what had happened, right?
Right.
And that's what interested you.
Exactly.
But we are 11 days after the event, right? At this
Yes.
point.
Which is, would be, in my experience, definitely times that would be pushing the.
There's only so much space on those units, right? And if they're on a tape loop, there's a real good chance that by November 23rd, whatever was recorded on there isn't available anymore, right?
Correct.
And then anyway, you submitted it to a manufacturer and there had been some damage to the unit, right?
Yeah, the company that supported the unit actually determined that, or no, I'm sorry. We collected it from Applied. Let me reference my letter real quick. All right, so Applied Audio and Video.
That was like the servicing for the unit.
Yes.
There was an attempt to send it to the manufacturer. Okay,
It's in January.
and that didn't yield anything.
No.
We don't know is when the damage was inflicted on the video, right?
No.
But we do know this isn't of interest to any investigator until you come along, and that's 11 days later, right?
Correct.
Okay, so next on November 26th, we heard just briefly in passing is this interview of Calvin Birdsong, who had previously reached out to Amy Phelps, right?
Yes.
Okay, do you have a documentation on when he had initially made contact with Amy Phelps?
No, but it's my understanding that she ran into him at Norfolk Liquors. And she was retrieving or collecting the video from this. From the
Right,
location.
during some video collection. So this
Yes.
would have been, we heard, I believe, and I'm not gonna get the exact date right, but Detective Phelps is out there collecting that video like within a day or so, right? 12th, 13th, thereabouts.
Should have been right that day, yeah.
Okay, so finally, that you're on the case, somewhere 10 to 13 days later, someone's finally gonna talk to Calvin Birdsong, who's been asking to talk to the police, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you call him on November 26th. He agrees. He not only agrees to come down to headquarters, he's eager to come down and talk to you, right?
Yeah, he's there pretty quick.
Yeah. Now I do want to get a couple things clear about your interview. Do you see that on your March 4th investigative letter?
Yes.
Okay, I really just didn't understand. There's no, look over it if you want to, but what I understood him to be telling you, among other details, was that he was providing money to Eugene that night, right?
Yeah, initially, he said that he acted as a bank for Mr. Mitchell, which I took it as he was hesitant about talking about criminal activity to a police officer, which I would be too.
Right.
So, I let him go on with it. But eventually he did admit that he provided narcotics to Mr. Mitchell at night.
Did he admit that there in your interview? I did, because is that in your investigative letter anywhere? I mean, he certainly came into court and admitted, there's no question about it, but is it in the letter there?
He did not. But I'm trying to remember when.
Take your time looking over it, because I want you to correct me if I've got this wrong, but it looked to me like he comes in and says about what you say, hey, I know him, I'm sort of a bank for him, which you think, whatever. But he doesn't volunteer to you that what I'm really doing is selling crack to you during this initial November 26th interview.
Right. So during that initial interview, he did not. He gave, specific amounts of monies for Mr. Mitchell, and did state that or confirm some of Mr. Mitchell's comments to Detective Gibson about Ms. Devine that night.
Right. There were some other things that I'm not going to go into detail about, but Birdsong talks about Mitchell talking about knowledge of the attack on Ms. Devine. Is that fair? Right?
Yes.
Okay. So he's heard Mitchell saying something about this investigation that you all have clamped down as much details as you can and not shared, right? About to the public.
I mean, but obviously we can't have no control over what other people are saying.
Oh, yeah, sure. But when someone comes forward and starts saying that, either claiming they've heard from someone else, this, that, and the other about this crime scene, or, I mean, presumably they're not going to claim they were there to see it, but when they start claiming they heard it from someone else, then you begin to become interested in it when his details have not been released.
Yes.
And that's the point of not releasing, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so Birdsong is an interesting guy to hear from.
Yes.
And another thing that you learn from him is that, and I think you mentioned this just now, I want to be clear, that Mitchell has been keeping things in his garage, Birdsong's garage, right? Belongings in Birdsong's garage.
Yes.
And that's at 4200 Lambert Avenue.
Yes.
That's just kind of around the corner from all this, right?
From Mr. Mitchell's apartment that he was being evicted from, you can actually see it.
You could actually see it. And in turn, the apartment he's being evicted from, you can see Ms. Devine's apartment, right?
No, because.
No, that's right. It's right around the corner.
Right.
But it's right there, right nearby. My point is, all these are real close together, these things, right? And and also, I'm sorry that Mitchell actually sometimes just crashes in this garage, right? Sometimes stays in there because he's locked out of this other apartment.
Well, no, he had access to the apartment.
Well, he went through the window, right?
Right. He
when
was
he could
sneaking
get
in
through
and
the
out.
window.
Yeah.
But he had this other place over at CJ's, Calvin's.
Mhm.
Now, and so you learn that on November 26th, and I'm going to come back to it. That place doesn't get searched until January 9th, right?
Correct.
That was your search warrant, right? You wrote up a search warrant and searched the Lambert Avenue garage, hideout, whatever it is, of Mitchell on January 9th.
So what had transpired between the original search in Mr. Mitchell's apartment on 23rd and, in January of 2000.
I think I'm going to get to this, but right,
Okay.
Kimball.
Well, no, I mean, he was evicted. He was actually removed from that original address. There was some information that you just spoke about, Ms. Bob mentioned to me over.
Right, and I'm gonna come to that, but I want to talk right now because we know that search doesn't happen for five weeks or so, from November 26th to January 9th of the Lambert Avenue location.
This November 23rd to January 9th.
Yeah, okay. Now, we switch gears for a moment and talk about a couple of the phone records in a little more detail here. Just one moment. Could we get that iPad? Yeah, the number. Technology. Okay. Detective, I'd like first to have you take a look at, we're going to take a look at Ms. Devine's log of phone calls, okay? And I'm going to, if I can approach, I'm going to show you what I'll mark as, let me catch up here. Sorry. 74. Now, we've seen a set of records that came from the actual phone company, but when you're trying to get these as quickly as you can, they might come in a little different format, right?
Yeah, it just depends on who's servicing the number.
Right, and so one was the track phone. Did you do search warrant or subpoena on that one? Do you remember? Well, one or the other, you got it, right? Okay, so if I could show you what I marked as Defense Exhibit 74, take a look at it. Does that look like the initial set of records there you got with regard to Sheila Devine's phone number
It does.
from track phone? Now, I've added some colors to it.
Right,
I
yeah,
did that. You
right.
didn't do that. But that looked like a fair and accurate copy, brings us up to November 12th and goes back in time.
Yes.
Okay, and I'm going to move the admission of that, Judge.
Any objections?
No, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Can request to publish that, Your Honor. If I can get pulled up here. Yeah, we may have to. Do it on this one. I don't know if we'll ever see it. You have it there in front of you, Sergeant.
Yeah. This was.
Yeah. So you see the times, the call date and time over there. And then the number called and the number calling, or I should say initiating contact, because some of them are text messages, right?
Yes.
Okay. That, sorry. The one I've marked in green was the phone associated with Guy Allen, right?
489 number, yes.
Yeah, and this we have, I didn't distinguish, but we have a set of incoming and outgoing that occur on these records. 2257 hours up to 2300 hours or so. Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's, can you look over to your left shoulder there? Is that what we're talking about? These, right?
Right.
And that's the contact of various kind back and forth with between Mr. Allen and Ms. Devine. That, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. I can't see that. Yeah. Let's see. Blow it up some. Right here, and I'll go over it a little bit. So on the screen, we can see times in question. Do you recall that set of records that you got initially were those in Central Standard Time? So they'd be an hour behind? Don't recall.
I don't recall, but I mean, I know that a set of her records were in Central Time, so I have no reason to think it's not true.
Okay. Well, in fact, make sure, I even missed a couple, and my apologies, that are up above that. That should be green. If we're going with green for Guy Allen, we've got these couple of here at 1:46 a.m., 1:52, and 2:06 a.m., right? So I just made it wrong. But all those are one way or the other contact between the phones of Guy Allen and Sheila Devine, right?
Yes.
But what is not, did I understand some could be texts and some could be phone calls?
Yes.
Okay. We don't have the text, right?
We have documentation of the text, yes.
Well,
They're just not specified on these.
one thing I don't know that ever came up, Miss Devine's phone was never recovered, right?
No.
Never located. And just, I'm going to ask you some questions about Kim Ball and things Mitchell told her. But one of the things you learned after interviewing Kim Ball, and I know we haven't gotten there yet, was that it sounds like maybe there's another phone that needs to be looked for, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, just my only other question about this one for now, and the jury can compare it to the other records, is the last transaction between Miss Devine and anybody incoming is 472-3536, right?
Yes.
Area code 502. Did you do anything to determine who that is?
Yes, it was a guy named Robert.
Roberto, right?
Roberto, sorry.
Yeah,
Roberto
Calvillo.
Cavillo.
Calvillo. Does that sound right? Could I go get the chart there, Judge, for just a moment? Thank you. I just want to make sure. Do it again. I'll tell you what, I'm going to write it here on the back because I only have one thing to write. That number is, read me that number again, please, Detective. 502
472-3536.
3536. You determined that it belongs to a person named Roberto Calvillo, right?
Yes, I came from open source, databases.
Right. And his address was in the 2000 block of Landing Drive, right?
It's 2011 landing number 2.
2011 landing number 2. Okay. You've got all your investigative letters there with you.
Yes.
One thing that I don't recall, there's no documentation anymore about Roberto Calvillo, is
No.
it? Okay. Let me look at some of, oh, I'm sorry. One more thing to ask you here. If I didn't just ruin the whole thing. Okay, back to the little color-coded sheet there. Mr. Calvillo making contact with Miss Devine's phone here at 3:39, 3:23, might be 4:39 and 4:23, right?
Yes.
Thank you, Mr.
were.
Wood.
They weren't completed calls.
Right. In other words, they were contacts made out to her that and no one answered,
Right.
or they were text, you know?
No, I believe they were voice calls and they were not completed.
Just want to look at going down a few pages. Mr. Calvillo had contact with her 3 times on the 10th here. See those lines there at 18:38, 18:39 hours?
Yes.
Okay, and then going down again on the 10th, all that is contacts between Sheila Devine, we're going back in time here, and somebody named Roberto Calvillo, right?
Yes.
Would you trust me if I said there's like 37, 38 times on there?
I would trust you.
Okay. Let's take a look, if we can, here at Mr. Mitchell's records. Because one of the things that comes up after you get those, what date did you get those on?
I don't have a date in front of me.
These kind of come in at different times. You fairly quickly sought them, right?
Yeah, after, once I took over, I would have, Miss Devine's would have been probably the first. Mr. Mitchell's would have been probably together at the same time.
Okay, those were 2 you knew about pretty early on, right?
Mhm.
Just one second. This is probably just a repeat of what's already been, but we're at offense exhibit 75 is how I'm going to mark this. Can I approach, Judge?
You may.
Duplicate of what you got. See this from Cricket?
Yes.
That's who Mr. Mitchell's provider was, right?
Yes.
And, it says date 12/6/13, so that's probably when you got it, right?
Probably, yes.
Okay. And then it starts with how to move the admission of, well, one moment, Judge. How to interpret it for several pages, right?
Yes.
And then we kind of, there's a bill for copying it. And then we actually get into the records themselves, right? Okay. Take a look at that. That looks like the set of records. I don't know if it's in exactly the same form that the phone company provided them at trial, but that's the form you would have had while you're investigating, right?
Yes.
Okay. So just a couple questions on this. Does that look like a fair and accurate, like I put them all in there and everything?
It does.
Okay. Move the admission of that, Judge.
The objection? No, you're on.
So request to publish, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
See if we can get them any closer in the seat here. One of the numbers that pops out to you when you get Mitchell's records is a 716 number, right? That's there in yellow, 716-467-0701, right?
Yeah, I believe that was,
Kim Ball.
Kimball's, yeah.
Yeah, it goes by Kim Ingram now, right?
I'm assuming, yes.
Then he's had phone contact of some kind with the victim, Miss Devine, and that's in blue there, right?
Yes.
8204.
Mhm.
See if these go in reverse order like track phone records do. I think they go in order. What was that? Do you have the page in front of you there of the last contact? At least as far as these records go.
Last contact.
Miss Devine's phone. I don't know if you found it there, or do you recall from the evening in question? But I'm even, oh, and I'm sorry, the one other number, and I don't know that we've heard it in evidence. You see the one I colored in red there?
813.
813-9772. That's Calvin Birdsong we've been talking about, right?
Mhm.
Okay, so just a couple questions about what's going on with Calvin Birdsong this night. And then some questions about what's going on with Kim Ball. Why is he calling some lady in New York? Those Calvin Birdsong calls back and forth, some are him calling Birdsong and Birdsong calling him. Those go on past the midnight hour, right?
Yes.
And in fact, can you make it out up on the screen there?
Yeah, 209 in the morning.
There's a series of calls or texts between Mitchell and Calvin Birdsong beginning at 1:44 a.m. or it might be 2:44. I guess we have to check the central time. Do you know?
I believe they're Eastern Standard.
Okay, so 1:45 local time, all the way up to this last contact between those two at 2:09 a.m., right?
Right.
Mitchell's crack dealer, Birdsong.
Right.
Okay. And I mean, it's not a secret. Part of what we know is going on between Mr. Mitchell and Miss Devine is they certainly are using crack cocaine together, right?
Yeah. Yes.
Among others. Okay. So now a question about Kim Ball, the 716. When you first got these records, you didn't know who that was, right?
No, but I had an idea because when the day that we did the search warrant at Mr. Mitchell's apartment, he wanted to write that number down.
Because you were taking his phone,
Right.
right?
Yes.
Part of what you're doing is taking his phone. Maybe the right phone, maybe not the right phone, but taking a phone and there's one contact he wants to write down. So in other words,
Two, actually.
with both New York?
Yes.
Okay. The other one was this lady, Leslie Jones, right?
Leslie Jones, yes.
And you interviewed her, right?
Yes.
I mean, there's nothing of evidentiary value connected to this case from Leslie, right?
Mm-mm.
But Miss Ball is one of them in there. And Mitchell's so interested in Miss Ball that he wants to be able to call her during just the time you've got his phone in your possession, right? That's why he writes the number down.
Yes.
And that's the 716 number. And let's go back and look at what he initiates. You see it up on the screen there. This is the one in yellow, right?
Mm-hmm.
So after he's done talking with his crack dealer, Calvin Birdsong, where he has his little hideout, and then we get some exchange here at 3:38 and 26 a.m. He's in contact with Kimball right off 5:40 in the morning, right?
Yes.
Of November 12th, 5:40 of the morning that Miss Devine is attacked. Or the morning night, I mean, it's that night, right? And this goes on between these two on into the next day, right?
Yes.
Going on, and it's up on the screen there, Sergeant. The yellow going on into November 12th in the morning, all the way here, 1:14 p.m. the next day. He's talking with this 716 number. So you say, I need to find out who this is, the 716 number, right?
Yeah.
Talk to her. Just one question before I go on, because I'm going to ask you about Kimball here in a minute. That contact at 5:41 a.m. that he's having with Kimball, this is before anyone has discovered anything at Miss Devine's apartment, right?
Yes.
I mean, we know it's a 911 call, 9:30 or so in the morning, right? Okay. Judge, could I approach for a moment?
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to take our lunch break now. It's about 5 afternoon. If you'll be back in front of the courtroom at 5 after 1. Please remember the admonition.
All rise for the jury.
Bill may be seated. Anything before I go off the record?
No, ma'am.
Oh, Your Honor.
Sorry. See a few. Margaret.
officers are present accounted for.
Thank you, Josh. You all may be seated. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? All right, you may continue, Mr. Lewis.
Thank you, Judge. Sergeant, we were just finished up a couple of things with these phones here, the phone records. Just to recap what you have available to you while you're in the middle of your investigation, you got the phone records to come back from the phone company, right? And initially that's Ms. Devine's phone records
Yes,
and Eugene Mitchell's phone
Yes.
records. Then eventually somewhere down along the way, you got Marcus Allen's phone records, right? Phone records from the phone company.
yes.
So you got those three, and I'm sorry, you got Mr. Birdsong's phone records too.
Actually, yes, I did, and a couple others as well.
And a couple others as well. So, okay, and then, so you got the records from the phone company, and we were just looking at what some of those look like with the call detail. And then you have your Cellbrite machine, which I know had its limitations, but this is a way for you to, if you've got the physical phone, to look into it like it's a computer, right?
Yes,
And look for things.
Mhm.
You could look for a word in it, right? Like,
Yes.
did they ever say, use this word in a text message or something?
yeah, you can do keyword search.
Right. So in of the phones you've got, we know Ms. Devine's was not available, but Mr. Mitchell's was, or at least one of Mr. Mitchell's was, right?
Right, yes,
And then Mr. Allen's phone became available to you around December 9th, thereabouts.
yes,
Okay. And so you took both Mitchell and Allen's physical phones and looked at it with this computer analysis thing, right?
Mhm.
Cellbrite.
yes,
Okay. All those phone records you got from the phone companies, all the computer analysis of the entire contents of Mr. Mitchell's phone and Mr. Allen's phone, what there never was one single time in the whole history of any of those records and any of the activity on those phones is never a single contact between Guy Marcus Allen and Eugene Mitchell, was it?
no,
Now, I want to go back and get something cleared up that was asked by the prosecutor here before I go on to how Kim Ball comes into this thing. You were present with Detective Gibson during one of the contacts with Mike Smith, right?
I believe it would have been the second time that,
Second time. We heard Detective Gibson once before during a canvass, right?
yes,
Just knocking on doors.
yes,
Oh, before you were on the case.
yes.
And back then, do you recall how Detective Gibson had described what Mr. Smith was able to provide for him? He lives there in the apartment, right?
Yeah, honestly, I don't remember it specifically, no.
And he said at 5 a.m, he had seen two unknown black males exit Miss Devine's residence, right? And that's what he's providing to Detective Gibson, right?
Are you talking about the day that I'm with Detective Gibson?
No, the previous time with Detective Gibson, when it was just Mike Smith and Detective Gibson. You were been briefed on the
Yes.
case, right?
Yes,
So when Mike Smith, does Mike Smith come up to you guys or you go find him? What
he actually approached us.
approached you all? Yeah, that's what I thought. But you've got an idea who he is.
Yes,
Gibson's told you, hey, that's a guy I've talked to already.
yes,
He told me two unknown black males were exiting the apartment at 5 a.m, Miss Devine's apartment, right? You can get that information from Gibson.
right. Yeah, but he did not say that in front of me.
Oh, no, I totally understand that. Just talking about the investigation. And had Detective Gibson provided to you what Mike Smith said the description was the first time he had talked to Mr. Smith of the two black
Your Honor,
men?
may we approach?
May.
Detective Anson, I know it's a long time and this is from other, I'm going to provide you Detective Gibson's investigative letter if you wish to refer to it. And that first one from November 15th, just want to be clear what the information was that was provided to Detective Gibson before you were there on that earlier date, November 15th, from Mike Smith. You see that there?
Okay.
And it was that there was an older large male and a younger smaller male, right?
Yes.
And that they were exiting the residence, the two black males.
Yes.
Okay, now coming forward to November 23rd, you and Detective Gibson are out in the parking lot there at the Norbrook building. And while waiting, Mr. Smith comes up to you, all right?
Yes.
Okay. And again, he's a resident right in one of the adjoining, I think it's apartment number 1, right?
I believe it was, yes.
And he then advised you all that, again, he had seen 2 unknown black males exiting the victim's apartment, and the younger male got into a tan minivan, possibly an Escalade, right?
Yes.
And you were there for that part of Mike Smith's.
Yeah, but I think I've already said this, that as I understood it, Mr. Smith was referencing Catherine Smith's apartment. That's not how, I did not, although I know I understand what Detective Gibson put in his report, but that's not how I understood Mr. Smith's, what he was trying to articulate to us at that moment.
Okay, so now for the first time, 8 years after these events, we're hearing Detective Gibson recited back then in close to real time in an investigative letter, exiting the victim's apartment. And now,
Well, if I can give you some clarity on this. This is not an investigative report. This is an investigative record on it. And I will tell you that when this interaction with Mr. Smith took place, this was not prepared. I did not see this for months afterwards. I'm not saying that it's not accurate as to what he observed or you know, or maybe how he understood it. I'm just telling you how I understood it.
okay. So you, whatever it was, Mr. Smith said, you took it to be Smith saying, Mr. Mike Smith saying, this relates to Catherine Smith's apartment, but Detective Gibson took it to mean the victim's apartment.
Well, we were specifically looking at Catherine Smith's apartment when I remember that when he references it. He actually, now maybe this was not his intention.
Victim's apartment was the word he used, right?
No, I know. I mean, no. When Mr. Smith was referencing the apartment, he actually wasn't even pointing at Miss Devine's apartment. He was actually pointing in your direction, Miss Smith's apartment, which would have been 13. And it was, the apartment building made an L, and she was closer to the other opposite side of the, each landing had a staircase leading up to the second floor. So completely could have been mine. I could have misunderstood him. I guess what I'm saying
Could have
is
misunderstood you.
Mr. Smith.
Okay. Just in case maybe it helps your recollection a little bit, I'm going to refer to this is the actual investigative letter. Do you recognize it as an investigative letter by Detective Gibson?
Yes.
Date of report, November 12th of 13.
Well, that's the data.
It's the date of the incident.
Yeah. So each unit does that differently. The data report for me is the day that I actually generate the report.
Okay. I'd like you to look here at his rendition in the investigative letter. Now, while you're looking at it, there's no question that the preparation of these investigative letters is about as close in time as you can get to the events in question, and have time to write them, right? I mean, it's 8 years later. He didn't write this 8 years later.
No, I'm not
He
saying
didn't write
that.
it 7 years
I'm
later.
just saying it as far as like, I guess what I meant is, I know that investigative record. I did not see that until after
Oh, sure.
we made an arrest.
Take a look there. Just look over what Detective Gibson wrote in the investigative letter.
So this is referencing his first.
I'm sorry?
This references his first contact with Mr. Smith.
Right. And Let's take a look here.
And this is why I was confused with it, because if you look at it, it's similar in as far as
Right.
descriptors.
But what he does say is Smith said he thought he saw two black males exiting the victim's apartment, right? On the day of the incident, approximately 5 a.m., right?
Right, but it also talks about the Chevy Astro minivan.
I'm about to get there. And that one of the males drove off in a tan minivan, right?
Right, which is different than what the investigative record says, right? It's a little different in time frame. Is that right?
No, I don't think that's right at all. What do you think's different?
Let me see that. That's the investigative record. So he references it as two different, contacts.
Mhm.
That's what I mean. Here is it almost makes it appear that it's two, it's two, I'm sorry. I remember the CNS now. I apologize, it's incorrect. But he kind of throws that in at the very last sentences on November 27th, asked for the assistance in locating the 10. To me, that's where I got confused as far as the dates go.
I got you. But between what you're calling the investigative record and the investigative letter, there's a couple things that don't differ there in his account.
Yeah,
Two black males exiting the victim's apartment, 5 a.m. One gets into a tan minivan. Agree with me?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And since we have some dispute over Detective Gibson's investigative letter, why don't you locate your account in your investigative record of what you think Mike Smith said?
I had the contact I had with him was secondary. There was no direct, so Tony had direct contact with Mr. Smith in my presence, but I was not a part of the conversation. So
This is a long-winded way of saying you've never written an investigative letter about the topic.
it's not a long-winded way to say anything. It's you wouldn't create an investigative report for a conversation that you're not directly involved in.
And if you don't create an investigative report, then what you don't do is create a record at or near the time of the event for you to put down what you think you heard instead of what Detective Gibson heard, right? You don't have one of
But
those.
if you don't, I guess I agree with that. But if you think that you both feel the same, if you have the same impression about what he had said, how do you know? I guess I'm not tracking.
Okay. And furthermore, after you had seen this, you didn't just see these for the first time today in court, right?
No, I said that I got that after the arrests were made in January of that 14.
And you've not taken any action you have a set of investigative letter and record that Detective Gibson is under an obligation to complete completely and accurately on behalf of the Louisville Metro Police and be audited by a commanding officer for its accuracy. And you have never in these 8 years stated to anyone that you think he's incorrect about that statement, have you?
No, because again, I wasn't aware of what the details, conflicting details until you brought to my attention.
And one thing he never wrote in any of this, and did you hear his testimony?
No, I did not.
Okay, we never heard anything about some light-skinned black male, and he didn't write anything like that, did he?
No.
Okay, let me ask you about Kim Ball. Let's come back. This is the lady you found, just to recap, because Mitchell was making all these phone calls to her, starting at somewhere around 5 a.m. the morning of the event, right?
I think he had correspondence with her a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he knew her before then, but the interesting part is him making these calls right near the time, right?
Well, yes, not right near the time. It would have been, she would have been considered an informational witness as far as like maybe what he said to her.
Right. And so you make a kind of a cold call to her at the number. Like, who are you? And, what connection do you have, right? You introduce yourself. And what you learn in the course of that is that an account from her that Mitchell was with a guy named Sherman in the victim's apartment. I mean, according to him, right?
according to, yeah, Mr. Mitchell, he had told Kim that Sherman was with him inside the victim's apartment. I took that as Eugene was concerned. He wanted that, him and Kim's relationship was important for him. He was concerned about, because she had actually been in Louisville the year before that, or months before that, and spent some time with him in his apartment. So I think it was in Eugene's perspective, I took that as he's trying to mitigate the fact that he's in another female's apartment.
And that's all just kind of your speculation about what Mr. Mitchell's motive might have been for throwing Sherman in, right?
Yes,
Okay. It also could be that he was there with Sherman, right?
yes,
Okay. So she further, this is a lady in upstate New York, and one of the things you confirmed was she had been to Louisville like months or around a year before these events, right?
it was a little less than a year before.
And then left and had not been back to Louisville, right?
Right.
And had no other contacts in Louisville, Kentucky, other than Mitchell, pretty much.
Yeah, other than just some of the people that he interviewed.
Some of the people he hung around.
Yeah.
But so then you hear from her that she can recite to you certain details of the crime scene, right?
Yes.
And this is interesting enough, important enough to your investigation that you are on a plane to New York about 4 days later.
Yes.
You and Gibson both, I believe, right?
Yes, a couple days before.
The city
Christmas.
of Louisville paid to fly you on the day before Christmas to upstate New York to talk to this lady in person, right?
Yes.
She was divulging, again, only source of information, Eugene Mitchell, that this lady had been raped, right? That was one thing.
Yeah, I was one thing.
No way for Kim Ball to know this any other way. That something, and I think the word shit was used, was stuffed in this lady's mouth, right?
Yes.
The one thing that you and Gibson have been adamant you were so secretive about that you even hid it. Well, Gibson claims he didn't even tell the same nurse that. I don't know if you know anything about that. Okay. But Kim Ball knows this up in New York. The only person she's talked to is Eugene Mitchell. So you're on a plane. I don't care if it's Christmas time. We need to hear from this lady, right?
Yes.
Okay. And nothing about your interview of her up in New York led you to believe anything that she didn't have some other way she learned this information from the crime scene, did she?
I assumed it came from Eugene.
That's what it looked like, right?
Yes.
And one other thing that the Kim Ball interview led you to next is, well, confirmed, because you knew it from CJ Birdsong, but it is this idea that you may have gotten the wrong phone and the wrong clothes, right? From Mitchell.
Right.
And then sometime shortly after this, you all realize, okay, he's got this little den, whatever it is, at CJ's garage. So that place needs searched, right?
Yes.
Okay. Wrong clothes and wrong phone. Now you wrote up the search warrant for this location, right?
For the
The
garage.
Yeah.
I believe I did.
You want to refer to it again? I don't have a lot of questions.
Yeah.
Just make sure this is just for purpose to refresh your recollection.
Yes, it's me.
Okay. And obviously you had been there because you have to fully describe such locations in a search warrant request, don't you?
Yeah, you have to describe the property that you're going to search.
Right.
And
And in fact, you were zeroing in not only on just Calvin Birdsong's address generally, but the garage attached, or not even attached to it, right?
Right, yes.
And I'm going to ask if you recognize Defendant's Exhibit 76. And Judge, can I have permission to move back and forth?
Of course.
Thank you. Does that look like the garage?
It does.
Okay. And did you go in on the day of search?
I wasn't there at the day of search.
Okay. So you drew up the search warrant, others executed it, right?
Yes,
So you wouldn't recognize what the inside of it looked like?
I never went inside there.
Not sure how he sort of had it set up. Okay. Now, to move the admission judge of 76.
Any objection?
I don't believe he identified the photo, so I would object.
I'm sorry. Does this look to be the garage that you described in the search warrant?
It's one side of it. I mean, it could, it,
Okay, is that one side of the garage? in
it,
question?
it closely resembles, yes.
Move to the.
Okay.
Um,
And I think you're on 77. Is that right?
76, did I get it?
I had 77.
Did I mark it wrong?
The last one I had admitted at 11:57 was 76.
So I'd be at 77.
Mhm.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Judge. Let's remark this. Garage picture is 77. So you learn about this from this possible Mitchell location back on November 26 from Calvin Birdsong, and then December 19 from Kimball, right?
Yes.
And so, again, we're talking about homicide scene, trace evidence, wasting evidence. What day was it that you find that the search finally happened of the Eugene garage?
January 9th.
January 9th. Weeks later, right? Talk to you about when you get the return of the DNA evidence from the state lab. First round, I think you said January 3rd
Yes.
came out. That did include several unknowns. DNA profiles that existed, but didn't match any of your people of interest at that time, right? Like, for example, the AV cord and the TVA tape. And a couple other spots I don't even recall now. Do you recall?
Not seeing the actual examination report and going through it. No.
Okay.
But you have to realize, I mean, as you know, what you're aware is it was multiple pages.
Okay, so DNA results January 3rd. 6 days later, search of a garage at Lambert Avenue that you've known about for about 5 or 6 weeks. And the important thing, 6 days after DNA result is arrest guy Marcus Allen. That happens on January 9th.
Mr. Mitchell was arrested as well.
And Mr. Allen was arrested, right?
Yes.
Okay. I've got a couple questions for you about this interview that we've heard. For one thing, did Mr. Allen refuse to sign your consent form?
For the phone?
No, we're talking January 9th when you interviewed him over the several hours. And did he refuse to sign for the waiver of rights to talk?
I have to see it. I don't know.
Would you have it in your file there?
Should, yeah. You have a copy. I'd be probably quicker.
Yeah. Can I approach the witness, Judge?
Mhm.
And I don't, just look that way from an exchange starting. You go back to the other page if you want. I couldn't tell.
Well, the
And I
thing about the LMPD Miranda rights form itself is that a person, as long as they're intelligently waiving their right to counsel, and they can articulate.
Miranda, the
Well,
judge
I'm
can
just saying-
decide that. I'm asking you whether he signed the form.
Well, I'm just saying that they don't have to sign the form for you to conduct an interview.
Again, I'm not asking the legal, did he sign it?
If I had the form in front of me, I would tell you, but
Okay.
if not.
I tell you what, sorry, it's just, he did talk to you voluntarily. didn't
Yeah, he did voluntarily talk to us, but I was trying to get you an answer.
he? Okay. Now, another thing he did was tell you that that he had heard some account of this already from Mitchell, who was standing outside the liquor store blabbing away. Didn't he tell you that he heard it from Mitchell?
Yeah, I believe that he had mentioned that they, read as he referred to him.
Read.
Yes.
Okay. And, were you present for Mitchell interviews? You're present for at least one of them, right?
Yes.
And one thing Detective Gibson said is Mitchell likes to talk. You agree with that?
I agree.
Like you can't buy enough videotape. This guy goes on and on, right?
Right.
Okay. So Alan tells you that's what Mitchell was doing one day, out talking about the crime scene, right? And he heard it from
Well, he was talking about the incident itself. Not sure specifically about what he said. Obviously, I wasn't there.
Okay. One thing you did was say to Mr. Allen, I know you weren't there alone, right? Did you tell him that?
Yes.
Okay. Then you went over the DNA results with him, right?
We're talking about the January interview.
And did you, yeah, not the January.
Yes.
And you said, if we've had the videotape played, but you told him this is the most damning piece of evidence there can be against you, right?
In reference to the DNA report.
Yeah.
Yes.
That this ties you to a sex crime. You told him that too, right?
Yes.
You told him this case is capital and it's eligible for the death penalty.
Yes.
And you said, stop trying to think how to get out of this. Right?
Right.
And then finally you said, it's like you went in and I'm paraphrasing a little bit, but you said to him, it's like you went in a bank, signed your name on a piece of paper, looked at the camera, and then robbed the bank, right? You said something along those lines to him.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly
Referencing
what
the
it
DNA.
was, but I was trying to get him to understand the level of severity we were dealing with.
Just questions about this interview. You told him things like care about the dopes.
Right.
What is the limitations on trafficking in Kentucky?
There are no statute.
There
Well,
is no
it
statute.
depends on if it's misdemeanor or felony, but it's misdemeanor.
Trafficking cocaine, is
Trafficking. Yeah, no, there's statute.
no statute of limitations. One thing that you simply never did ask Mr. Allen, and am I faulting you for it? I don't know, because it's hard to say but you never just asked him, is there a way your DNA got in this lady, but you weren't involved in committing a crime against her? You never just asked him that, did you?
I thought I was pretty thorough as far as what questions I did have for Mr. Allen. I gave him every opportunity to try to explain it the best he could. It was a very passive way too.
Well, I guess the jury can decide whether that was passive, but you didn't say, is there some innocent way your DNA got there? That's what you didn't ask, right? you said things like maybe things got out of hand and stuff like that, right? Like,
I was trying to mitigate,
admit it. Right.
honestly, violent acts like this are hard to talk about. My experience as a homicide detective, most people can't talk about them, even if you're involved in them.
And then, one moment. And then one of the things you did in this interview was something you do in a lot of interviews with homicide suspects. You and Detective Gibson left the room and you left Mr. Allen alone, but you left the video running and recording, right?
You want to maybe approach?
You may.
And Sergeant, the reality is during and through 2 interviews of this man, he was, in fact, he was questioning the DNA report, but what he was not doing was making any admission to you that he was involved in the criminal activity that occurred to Miss Devine, right?
He didn't admit to anything. It's like,
Thank you. That's all I have, Judge. Thank you.
Ms. Gray?
We need the, I'm sorry, may we have that? Sergeant, I'm gonna kind of work in reverse from where defense counsel ended. So he asked whether or not you had ever posed the question to the defendant, did you have sex with her? Did you ask him?
Objection, Judge. Can we approach?
You may.
Did you? And I'll hand you the transcript if you need to refresh your recollection. Did you ask him or pose any questions to him about whether or not he had ever had sex with her?
Yes.
And was it in the form of, I know you raped her, tell me what happened?
No.
So you did ask about sexual encounters.
Yes. Said I tried to do it in a passive way, so it would facilitate some answer, something.
Josh, may we approach? You may. Just to double check, can everyone hear Detective Vance? Okay.
Sorry.
That's okay. Vance, if you'll just
Apologize.
lean into the
I've got
microphone.
some-
Thank you.
Okay, now, as to the televisions, was Sheila's daughter able to provide you a description of what her television looked like?
Yes,
Was that because, well, how did she know what the television looked like?
she purchased the television for her.
So was she able to rule out the two televisions that you found as ones that came from Sheila Devine's apartment?
Not just she, but other things ruled it out as well.
All right, there were some questions about your contact with Mr. Mitchell and observing the injuries. The defense asked you whether or not you asked Mr. Mitchell to undress and take photographs. Now, on the date that you saw him on November 23rd, were you aware at that point that Detective Gibson had already photographed his hand?
Yes,
And based on your contact with him, did you observe any other injuries on that date?
no,
Right. The defense also asked about the stick that was collected from Eugene Mitchell's apartment. Now, on November 23rd, I know you said that you hadn't spoken to Amanda Corzine, but had you received information and reviewed documents related to the sexual assault victim?
yes,
And had you received information from the medical professionals?
yes,
And at that point, did you have any information that her injuries were consistent with being inflicted by a twig or a stick?
no,
Following the autopsy, did you have conversations with the medical examiner?
yes, I did.
And did you also review the autopsy report?
I did.
If any of her findings had been that some of the injuries were consistent with being inflicted by a stick, would you have asked the lab to look at the stick that was recovered in Eugene Mitchell's apartment?
Absolutely.
But was there any basis based on the medical findings for you to request that that be tested?
No,
Right, I want to go back a little bit and clear up some things with some phone records. So the defense asked you about communications from Roberto Calvillo to Sheila Devine's phone.
yes,
Were there a number of calls from at least that number that we identified as being associated with that person?
yes,
And did those calls continue for approximately 2 weeks after Sheila Devine was raped, sodomized, strangled, and taken to the hospital?
yes,
Were there any calls after from the defendant to Sheila Devine after she was taken to the hospital that week?
no.
And were there multiple calls, or how many calls approximately were there from the defendant to Sheila Devine prior to that morning?
Calls or communications in general,
Yes.
34.
The remaining calls that we see coming into Sheila's phone, if we could look at, I know you have the sheet up there, but with the colors, it might be a little bit easier for you to look at. Can you explain what's happening when we have the incoming call and then the immediate outgoing call to that 805 number?
Voicemail.
Okay. So was there any activity on Sheila Devine's phone after the early morning hours of November 12th?
No,
based on her call details, if there had been any incoming voice calls or text messages, would there still be a record of those, even if they weren't received? Would there still be the record then of those coming in?
Depends. The phone was like a, pay as you go. So I'm not sure. I mean, if the phone's turned off, then I'm not sure that the text messages would have shown up. Voice calls would have.
Okay. And the number associated with Roberto Calvillo continued to call her multiple times after the morning of November 12th, for about 2 weeks after that.
Yes.
And we talked about the records related to the defendant's contact with Kimberly Ball in the early morning hours of November 12th. If you can look at the records, does that show as an incoming or an outgoing? Do you have the printout from Eugene Mitchell's records in there? Sorry, we've got them up on the screen now. So the phone call that he received or that was made at 5 a.m. in relation to Kim Ball, was that an incoming or an outgoing?
Income.
So when the defense,
It's a call coming in.
okay, so when the defense asked you about an unusual phone call that Eugene Mitchell made at 5 o'clock in the morning, it was actually a phone call that he received at 5
Yeah,
o'clock in the morning?
Kim called him.
Sergeant, I believe that's all I have.
Recross, Mr. Lewis.
No, ma'am.
All
Thank you.
right. May this witness step down?
Yes, sir.
All right. The lawyers, please approach. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're not going to take an official break, but the lawyers need a moment to set up and sort of gather things before the next witness. You can stand up and stretch. Just, sort of relax a little bit if you want, and we'll get back to business in just a moment. Good afternoon, Doctor.
Your Honor.
So as you can see, because we are trying to keep our jurors and everybody socially distanced, we are not using the jury box. We flipped the courtroom. So our jury's over there. If you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Please have a seat, speak into the
You want me
microphone.
here rather than there?
Yes, sir.
Okay. May I take this off or
You,
not?
it's totally up to you. If you want to keep it on, that's fine. If you want to take it off, that's fine. One way or the other. I know our jurors, some of them are having a little bit of a hard time hearing. So if you would just make sure you lean into the microphone and speak up when you're answering questions.
Yes, Your Honor. Okay.
Mr. Boyd?
Afternoon, Dr. Nichols.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for your patience this morning.
This afternoon too.
Yes, and this afternoon. If you can, Dr. Nichols, can you tell the jury a little bit about your experience in the field of pathology?
Well, first of all, my name is George Riley Nichols II. So that's who I am. And I'm a doctor. I've been a doctor for 49 years. I'm a forensic pathologist. I was the first chief medical examiner for the state of Kentucky, serving 20 years and 2 months at the pleasure of 6 consecutive governors. With the approval of the state legislature, we built a modern medical legal death investigation system in the Commonwealth. I've testified in courts thousands of times, both in Kentucky and in half the United States. The word pathology is the science of determining diseases. The word forensic has several meanings, but law applied is the best. So if it deals with human disease and the law, that's what a forensic pathologist is trained to do. Is that sufficient?
Stealing some of my questions, but yes, you're getting everything I was looking for. So you were approached by a defense team in this case, and we had asked for you to review the medical records of the victim in this case. Is that correct?
That is correct.
All right.
Would you like for me to recite what I've studied?
Yes, please.
All right. Medical records of the University of Louisville Hospital concerning the decedent in this case, the sexual assault nurse examiner report, an autopsy report, ME-13-1323, which was performed by Dr. Victoria Graham. I've also looked at color photographs of the victim while alive and at the hospital with lots of medical devices on and in her, and the autopsy photographs. I've read Dr. Graham's curriculum vitae. I have read the transcripts of Amanda Corzine, RN, Kimberly Hicks, EMT, Raymond Orthover, MD, who's an ER doc, but took care of the patient while she's alive, Dr. Thomas Sozio, who's another forensic pathologist, and the testimony transcript of Dr. Graham. I looked at the scene examination photographs. That's it.
Thank you. Can we go to the autopsy report of Dr. Graham?
Yes, certainly.
If you can you comment? Let's start with the victim's height. Can you tell us what injuries were suffered? One, let's remind the jury what a hyoid is and what injuries were sustained by the victim in this case.
Well, the hyoid is a bone that's hidden by your jaw, horseshoe shaped, and its function in life is to keep the airway open, to help keep the airway open. Her hyoid bone is fractured. In addition to the fracture of the cornu of the hyoid bone, that's the bend, there's also a fracture of the thyroidal cartilage, which is immediately beneath the hyoid bone. In addition to that, there's actually hemorrhage in the back of her throat, in the upper portion of the larynx, in the area epiglottic fold, and also in the proximal esophagus. So it's where the food is going to go, is bruised also. And then there is a clearly evidence of bruises in the soft tissues of the neck. and an injury to the carotid artery. This is a so-called carotid arterial dissection. It means that force was applied to the carotid artery, causing a deep internal injury. You think about blood vessel as a green garden hose. It has a slippery lining on it that's black and shiny. Well, we have the same thing in blood vessels. It's called the endothelium. Well, that was torn of force to the neck, allowing blood to get into the meat, the wall of the blood vessel and dissect in it, causing obstruction of blood flow through the carotid artery. So that's what we have that's seen affecting the airway or the neck. The autopsy does not describe the carotid arterial injury at all. It is, however, seen in a CT aortogram in which dye was put into the aorta, and the distribution of the aorta in the neck and head was evaluated, and the dissection was seen in that study. So it did exist. So that's what's going on there. And of course, she's got bruises all over the place from the application of most likely hands. There's no bruises on her neck that would indicate, however, that it was a compressive manual strangulation. With that, you almost always get fingertip bruises on the skin. There's no fingertip bruising on the skin. Rather, it was the application of external force, either from blows or what's called an arm bar maneuver. So the forearm is placed so that if the forearm obstructs the airway, compresses the hyoid bone, causing its fracture, injures the larynx, injures the thyroid cartilage, injures the esophagus, and tears the carotid artery. Her brain is deprived of a lot of blood flow. If you have total cessation of circulation to the brain for more than 15 seconds, you will begin to have irreversible brain injury. So she had that. Let's see, what else? That's probably about it right there in terms of things that can be seen. There's internal damage to the brain contusions and bleeding in places where you shouldn't be bleeding. And there's lack of blood flow long enough that hypoxic ischemic encephalopathy, anoxic brain injury occurred. And let's see. There's reported separation of the ligament that runs down the front of the cervical spine, separating allowing abnormal movement of the neck. There's a thing called the anterior longitudinal spinous ligament that runs on the front surface of the bones here. And by X-ray, at least, it has been injured with edema collecting in a space where there shouldn't be any space. Anything else, sir?
That is quite a bit there. I do want to just make sure we're clear on a few things. And the victim in this case, no doubt, suffered a great deal of trauma in whatever injuries she sustained here, certainly.
There's no doubt about it.
Okay, so aside from the carotid artery that you said was not noted in the medical exam report, aside from that, and the fact that you believe that the manner of strangulation, if there was strangulation, would have been an arm across the neck and not a manual strangulation, do you agree overall with the testimony of Dr. Graham that the cause of death was either an anoxic brain injury or blunt force trauma and/or blunt force trauma?
Well, she clearly has an anoxic brain injury. There's no doubt about that. Incompatible with life as we know it. She also has beating injuries on multiple portions of her body, including her scalp, that's resulted in an injury to her brain and the coverings of the brain. So blunt force occurred, beating. No instrument that I can determine from looking at the photographs. There's no doubt that happened.
Okay, let's move on from that, and let's talk about the SANE examination that was performed. The SANE examination, I believe there were a number of. Can you tell the jury what microabrasions and lacerations of genitalia are?
An abrasion is the superficial remover of the outer layer of skin or a mucosal surface, like the vagina, the mouth, and the anus. So it can be caused by nail marks. It can be caused by overstretching. And that's what an abrasion is. A laceration is a deeper injury than an abrasion is. And it may be huge, it may be shallow, it may be long, it may be pinpoint, but it's a tear. It's not a cut. It's a tear. So the soft tissues are torn apart, usually by overstretching.
And it may go without saying, but a microabrasion would be I'm not sure how you qualify a microabrasion, where it becomes a microabrasion, but these are very, to the naked eye, they're difficult to discern, I would assume.
Correct. It helps if there's blood pressure maintained and the patient has a complete heart function. That way, small amounts of bleeding will be visible from an otherwise invisible abrasion.
Okay. And have you ever reviewed any findings? Are there any literature or reading materials regarding studies regarding microabrasions of the genitalia?
Oh, there's hundreds, because it's been an issue with women's health for a long time. And there are microabrasions and shallow lacerations that occur with both consensual and non-consensual sex.
Okay, was there a particular study from the University of Virginia?
Yes, it's an excellent study done by a sexual assault nurse examiner who also staffed the sexual assault nurse examiner program at the University of Virginia Hospital. And she wrote a very nice paper and did a very nice study, because from her experience, she was seeing very similar injuries in co-eds who came in on Monday morning to have these exams, who had consensual sex. That very similar to what she was seeing in the quote rape patient, end quote, in the hospital emergency room. So it happens both consensually and non-consensually that small injuries will occur. Many times this may have something to do not with the co-eds, but with the elderly women who are postmenopausal, the lack of circulating estrogen and the effect of the female hormone, that the vagina becomes less normal. It becomes atrophic, kind of like my brain is doing right now. So it has estrogen effect, and then there's size differences that may occur of the male organ or something other than a male organ being used to penetrate the vaginal opening.
Okay, if you could sum up the University of Virginia study, that the test group in that was, I believe you said, young co-eds.
Correct.
Okay, so what were if you could sum up the overall findings of that study in a paragraph, and I believe you've said it, just to sum it up for the jury, what would the overall findings be?
Small injuries can occur during active normal sex.
And there's no way for an examiner without input from the person being examined, there's no way to determine whether an injury was from consensual or non-consensual sexual contact.
Well, that if you read through the rest of that study, that paper said the most convincing evidence of non-consensual sex was an injury that did not involve the genitalia. Injury elsewhere.
Okay, let's move on a little bit with the SANE nurse. Now, you had the opportunity to review her full report. Is that correct?
I did. I looked at the photographs that she took. And
Okay.
I read all the lab reports.
Were there any points in that report where she made any notations to reference the presentation of fecal matter on the victim in this case?
Not that I read.
Okay. If there was fecal matter on the victim, would that be something that would be relevant and should be noted in a report?
Yes,
Okay. I believe as you started out with a little bit earlier, you've been doing this for a while. Have you had any victims or patients present themselves to you that did in fact have fecal matter on them when they arrived?
yes.
Can you tell us how you knew they had fecal matter?
Well, it obeys the rules of fecal matter. If it looks like it, it probably, and smells like it probably is.
Let's move on so Ms. Devine was located by her daughter. I believe it was about 9 a.m. in the morning. I've asked you about the rough approximation of how much time could have elapsed between the assault and the time that she was found. Can you tell us what your thoughts on that are and why how you can form any opinion as to when an assault may have occurred?
Well, it's an estimate, not a scientific formula that we're using, but she suffered severe injury to her brain, and she was not hypothermic. Her brain function was intact enough to keep her body warm. One of the first things that happens if you have a significant brain injury is the temperature falls quickly. So it was, it couldn't have been more than, my best estimate is 6 hours.
And anything above 6 hours, the likelihood, and I know this is an estimate, the likelihood of her being able to continue to survive without prompt medical attention was going to dwindle significantly, correct?
Yes, but the initial insult was what killed her, not the delay in recognition and treatment. It was the initial injury to the circulation of her brain and respiratory compromise that killed her.
I've got one more subject I want to discuss with you. Have you had the opportunity to view a picture of Eugene Mitchell's hand?
You told me it was Eugene Mitchell's hand. It certainly is a hand in the form of a fist, and there is a skin injury to the knuckle right here.
Okay, give me 1 second here. I believe this is Defense Exhibit 33. I'm going to put on the screen. If I can make it work. There we go. It's been a couple days since I used it. I forgot already. And if you can, there's a pointer in front of you. If you can, and I know this is awkward because you're looking back here and the jury's in front of you. Is this? Can you tell me what you see here? Just what your basic observations are.
Well, what I see is a recent laceration with the removal of a portion of the central skin, in which there's an early form of the precursor to a scab that's present on the deepest area. There's no true scab formation, which would begin to be observed at about 24 hours. So it's probably less than 24 hours. I don't see any active bleeding. So the body has done what it can to stop the bleeding by using stuff that's in the blood to make clots.
Okay, and would that sort of an injury be consistent with striking another person in the mouth or tooth?
Yes.
Okay, and in this case, I believe you had the opportunity to review the dentures in this case.
No.
You did not. Okay. I don't have any further questions. Thank you very much.
Well,
Ms. Gray.
Good afternoon, Dr. Nichols. It's nice to see you again. I'm Christy Gray. It's
nice
been
to
a
see
while.
you.
Just a few questions. All right, so your testimony, Amanda Corzine testified that obviously injuries can occur in consensual and non-consensual activity. So you agree with her testimony?
I read her testimony was provided, I haven't heard her testimony today.
Okay. But she was correct in stating that injuries can occur in consensual and non-consensual, correct?
Absolutely.
And the study that you referenced talks about examinations of microabrasions.
Correct.
And microabrasions are typically observed with a colposcope.
That's correct. Some type of magnifying lens that has to be used unless there's active bleeding.
So would you agree that injuries that are visible to the naked eye are larger than microabrasions?
Absolutely.
And you talked about the number of contusions to Sheila Devine's body, the injuries to her head. All of those are consistent with inflicted injury, correct?
Oh, absolutely.
And you talked about the best indication of whether or not a sexual encounter is consensual is other injuries on the victim.
Correct.
So if the victim also had bruises on her head, neck, arms, legs, feet, and was strangled, would that be more consistent with forcible sexual activity?
Yes.
The timing of her death, you testified that within a 6-hour window from when the injury to the brain. So we're talking about the strangulation, the deprivation of oxygen and blood flow, right?
Correct. Plus the dissection in the carotid artery.
Okay. And it would be unlikely that she could survive much longer than 6 hours based on that injury.
Yes, because she's going to lose control of blood flow. Her brain's going to give that up, and she's going to die from she's going to die from shock.
Okay. When you say that it's an estimate, can you give us a window of how far outside of 6 hours it could possibly be?
Well, she should begin to have falling temperature from lack of brain control of the circulatory system sometime beyond 6 hours. It's an estimate only. There's clearly no healing of anything on the first set of photographs that I saw.
Okay.
So the healing would be visible at about 24 hours. You could see it begin to heal. Some of these bruises probably took a while to develop, because if you die very quickly after a beating, you won't see the effect of the beating because they haven't had the time to bleed into the areas that were beaten.
So it was an appropriate procedure for the sexual assault nurse examiner to take additional photos throughout Miss Devine's stay in the hospital to document the progression of the bruises, correct?
Absolutely.
Because you would expect them to look differently 24 hours, 48 hours after the assault.
They actually develop
Okay.
in a temporal fashion.
Okay. And when we talk about strangulation, you said that it's more consistent with pressure applied, not by the hands.
Correct. Or it could have been a blow by the hand to the neck, fracturing the thyroid bone and damaging the thyroidal cartilage and causing the dissection of the artery.
Okay. When we're talking about applying pressure in, like you talked about potentially like a chokehold, right?
Yes.
And that's restricting blood and oxygen flow to the brain. That's still a form of strangulation.
Oh, absolutely.
And if you're holding someone down, leaning on their throat with your arm, that's restricting blood flow and oxygen to the brain, and that's still strangulation, correct?
True.
Okay. All right, that's all I have. Thank you. Sure.
Dr. Nichols, just going back to what Ms. Gray asked a few moments ago. If you were to examine a patient that had numerous bruises on them and microabrasions and abrasions to the genital area, this could be consistent with somebody that was raped and beaten at the same time, correct?
Correct. It could
Okay.
also be consistent with somebody who had consensual sex and then was beaten and strangled.
You saw where I was going there. Thank you, sir. No further questions.
Anything else?
No, you're right.
All right, may this witness be excused? Thank you, doctor. You may step down.
I'm excused finally, Your Honor.
You are.
Thank you.
Next witness for the defendant.
Princhilla McClure, Your Honor. She's Princhilla, Miss McClure.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If you'll come up to this witness stand, our temporary witness stand here, but before you have a seat, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth? I do. Thank you. Please have a seat. When you're answering questions, you can keep your mask on or take it off, one way or the other. I'm going to ask that you lean into that microphone when you're giving answers and speak up a little more loudly than you ordinarily would so everyone can hear you. Sure. That's fine. Mr. Van Treese, you need a couple minutes to
Yeah. Could you give us?
get your materials together. So council needs just a moment to set up. So again, you all can just sort of relax a little bit until we start the questioning. Yeah. Oh, maybe. Sure.
So
We are going to take our afternoon break. It's 2:25. If you would please be back in front of the courtroom at 2:40.
No.
No.
You want me to walk out? No.
He was telling me at work notes.
Oh, okay.
Does anybody need the scissors for any reason?
I don't think so.
Thank you, Josh. You all may be seated. Does anyone have anything to report to the court? All right, we're going to take a different witness now, the one that we just called in a moment ago. You'll hear from her in a minute when we're finished with this next witness. So next witness for the defendant.
Priscilla McClure.
Good afternoon, ma'am. If you would come forward to this witness stand right here, but before you have a seat, if you would please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you are about to give will be the truth and the whole truth?
Yes.
Thank you. So you can have a seat, make yourself comfortable. When you're answering questions, you can keep your mask on or take it off, whatever you're comfortable with. I'm just going to ask that you lean into that microphone in front of you when you're talking so that everyone in the jury can hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, go ahead, Mr. Lewis.
Begin by introducing yourself, please, ma'am.
My name is Priscilla McClure.
And Ms. McClure, back in 2013, you lived on Norbrook Drive, is that right?
Yes,
In the apartment building there?
yes.
Do you remember what the street number of the address was?
4204.
4204
Yeah.
Norbrook?
Yes.
And which apartment number did you live in?
Not 8.
Number 8?
Yeah.
Where is that in relation to number 9?
Next door.
Okay. And one morning, you realized there was a large police response sort of thing going on with regard to apartment 9, right?
Later on when I got off work.
Right, that's what
Yeah.
you, so the first thing is the night before that caused all those people to be there and interested, you weren't there that night.
No, I was at work.
Okay. But you do recall some things about apartment 9, is that right?
Yes.
What is that?
Just opening the door and letting people in that she didn't know. She's too friendly.
Okay. And would that happen at different hours of the day and night?
Well, when I was there, I would hear it when I would hear it at night when it was dark, I thought that was quite strange,
Okay.
And
in fact, what time did you get off work that day? Do you remember?
6:30 a.m.
So you're there you're returning in the morning.
Yes.
Yeah. And you expressed that concern to someone, is that right?
Our daughter, she knocked on my door after she had passed.
After she was taken by the
Yeah.
police? Okay, and you expressed what you're saying right now about this concern of people in and out of the apartment?
Yeah.
Okay. How long did you live there?
I lived there for almost 19 years, but that time I had been living there for about 5 years.
About 5 years?
Well, wait a minute, hold up. It's a long time. 15 years.
At that same apartment
Yeah.
location?
Yes.
So this lady that we're talking about in apartment 9 came after you?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't have anything further, thanks.
Ms. Gunning?
Ms. Schreiner, good afternoon.
Hi.
So back in November of 2013, you said you got off work, you worked third shift, is
Yes.
that right? And at about, what time did you get off work usually?
6:30. 6:30.
6:30 in the morning?
Yes.
Okay, do you go to sleep after you get off?
No, I stay up.
Okay, so you got off at about 6:30 and later that morning you noticed that there were a lot of that apartment.
No, when I got home, I noticed her daughter go upstairs and she came downstairs all hysterical, saying that her mother had been beaten and raped.
Okay. But did you speak to police sometime later that morning?
Yes, they came to my apartment.
Okay. They were doing a neighborhood canvas. They were kind of
Yeah.
knocking on doors.
Mhm.
And you said you were in apartment number 8, which was on the 2nd floor.
Yes,
Was your apartment the very first one off those steps?
yes,
Okay. And then the victim was in apartment number 9.
yes.
So when you spoke to police in November of 2013, you had kind of told them what you knew about the incident and the residents of the apartment complex.
Yes.
And you specifically spoke to Detective Tony Gibson. You might not remember his
No.
name. Kind of short, bald.
Yeah, can't even remember.
So Detective Gibson documented your conversation in his letter, just so we have a better recollection of what was said back in 2013. And back then, you kind of directed Detective Gibson to apartment number 13. Do
Yes.
you remember who lived there?
It was, I don't know her name. I know she was mentally ill.
Okay, so apartment number 13 and the apartment complex is L-shaped, right?
Yes,
And apartment number 13, if you walk up the steps closest to your apartment, you kind of keep going, you turned a corner, and the apartment number 13 was back there.
yes,
Okay, the mentally ill woman that lived in apartment number 13, was she a white woman?
yes.
And back then, did you let Detective Gibson know that he should maybe speak to her in apartment number 13?
I don't know if I said speak to her, but, I was like, she might have something, not something to do with it, but might have some animosity towards her.
And the reason that you wanted Detective Gibson, that you kind of directed him to that apartment, is because she had kind of caused trouble with the tenants in the apartment complex.
Well, she was knocking on people's doors, late at night, asking for cigarettes. And my neighbor, Sheila Devine, was getting upset with it, and she was getting tired of giving the cigarettes, and she got smart with her.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I just want to make sure that I understand. So it was the woman in apartment number 13 that used to go around knocking on people's doors.
Yes.
And asking for cigarettes and to use people's phones.
I don't know about that. I know she knocked on my door one time, and I shut that down, so she never knocked on my door again.
So she wasn't somebody that you would interact with or that
No.
you wanted to interact with.
No.
And again, this is the resident of number 13, not
Yes.
your next door neighbor.
Yeah.
Okay. So you also stated to Detective Gibson the incident that the victim, Sheila,
Mhm.
spoke to the resident of apartment number 13. I think you just mentioned it to
Yes.
us, that they had an interaction.
Yeah.
But this woman in apartment number 13, she was the troublemaker of the complex.
I don't know about troublemaker. I'm just saying when she, knocking on people's door, asking for cigarettes. Disturbing.
Disturbing. That's a better word for it. So you also told Detective Gibson that you had noticed several unknown males entering apartment number 13 on a regular basis, kind of coming and going.
I can't remember that. I don't know. I don't know about that.
But you spoke to Detective Gibson and he documented your interaction. Is your memory better today than it was back then?
No, that's
Been a
2013.
long time, right?
Yes, I was in a car accident this year, so I was knocked out. So
And Your Honor, if I may approach the witness.
You may.
Could we approach the bench, Judge?
Yes.
Ms. McClure, if you would take a look at that highlighted portion.
Mhm. I don't remember saying that.
So you don't recall saying to Detective.
I don't remember. That's what I'm saying because it's been so long. I don't remember saying it.
Okay, because it's been so long.
Yeah.
But if you said it in 2013 that you noticed several unknown males entering apartment 13 throughout the night due to the tenant leaving the door open, Would that be an accurate recollection of what you said at that time?
I don't remember. That's what I'm saying. It's been so long, I don't remember.
But at that time, and that is what is documented here,
Mhm.
you could have said that.
Maybe, I don't know. Because like I said, I work at night, so I can't say every night. I go to work at 10 p.m. So,
That's fair, but apartment number 13 was somebody that was on your radar.
yeah,
And the whole conversation that you had with Detective Gibson was about the resident
Yeah.
of apartment number 13.
yes.
So it makes sense that you also mentioned that people were in and out.
Don't know.
Thank you. Those are all the questions that I have
All
for
right.
you.
Anything else?
No, ma'am, thank you.
All right, may this witness be excused. All right.
Yes.
Just leave that there. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Next witness.
Defense calls Laura Shook. I guess Shook can sound like McClure if you have a mask on, Judge.
How did that last witness spell her first name?
Chilla.
Okay. Good afternoon again, ma'am. I'm just going to remind you that you're still under oath. You can have a seat and please answer Mr. Lewis's questions.
Good afternoon, ma'am. Please introduce yourself to the jury and state what you do for a living.
My name is Laura Shook. My name is Laura Shook, and I'm a criminal defense investigator.
Okay. And you've been employed by the defense team in this case for a couple topics. Is that right?
Yes, I have.
If I could approach the witness, Judge.
You may.
I'm going to show you what I've marked as, I believe I'm at 78 now. Double check.
What happened to my list? $78.
Thank you, ma'am. What I've marked as defense exhibit 78, 79, and 80. You were asked to gather certified records from the clerk's office. Is that right?
Yes.
Can I approach counsel, Your Honor?
You may.
Approach.
do is show you a series of records that I've marked for identification purposes only. You were asked to look up some information from the clerk's office in certified record form regarding a person named Natividad Cruz. Is that right?
Yes,
And you did locate some information on this person?
I did. They were after a possible specific vehicle, a Pontiac van. It's a 2004 and it's gray in color. It was registered to Natividad Cruz,
And what was the address of Natividad Cruz?
2010 Landing Drive.
Okay. And what date was all that information obtained on?
The date that I
No,
got
the
this
date that
myself.
the Citation
Oh,
occurred.
the citation. The violation date is listed as 11/12 of 13.
So on November 12th of 13, just to recap, she lived at 2010 Landing Drive
Yes,
and operated a gray Pontiac
Pontiac van.
van, 2004.
Yes,
Okay. You were also asked to obtain some information with regard to Eugene Mitchell's height and weight. Is that right?
yes.
And what is just the date of the record that you found on him?
This is dated 1/9 of 2014.
And what did Mr. Mitchell weigh and how tall was he on 1/9 of 14?
It lists him at 5'9" and at 270 pounds.
Okay, and then finally, 5'9", 270.
Yes,
And you were asked to look up some information on an individual named Sherman McCoomer.
yes,
And you located that in the clerk's records as well?
yes, I did.
Okay, and what's the date on the record you were able to locate?
The violation date on this one is listed as 9/15 of 2013.
Okay, and on 9/15 of 13, what height and weight was Mr. McCoomer listed as?
It shows him at 5'5" and 120.
5'5" and 120 pounds?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's all we have, Judge. Thank you.
Anything for the Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Ma'am, you may be excused. Thank you. Next witness?
Can we approach it?
Yes. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're finished with proof for today. We expect the defendant may have a couple more witnesses tomorrow morning. We expect to hear closing arguments tomorrow afternoon. So as far as scheduling goes tomorrow, the deliberations will essentially go as long as you as a jury need to deliberate. So if you need to plan for a late night, you might want to do that tomorrow. We're also going to ask you to come and join us tomorrow morning at 9:15 instead of 9, because we have a little of business that we need to do here in court in the morning before we get started. So are there any questions about scheduling or anything like that? All right. Thank you. Please remember the admonition. Thank you for your work today. We'll see you tomorrow morning.
All right, Mr.
All right, you all may be seated. Anything before I go off the record?